The session is resumed. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to the Senate and the fellow senators. Mr. President, the world today faces many challenges. Small island developing states continue to face the challenge related to the war in Ukraine, the high cost of living, the fallout from COVID, climate change, high debt, and all the other challenges that we're very familiar with. But referring to my notes, Mr. President, one challenge that is topical and significant for all countries today is the dramatic decrease in fertility rates and the dramatic increase in life expectancy around the world. In fact, here in Barbados, Mr. President, I'm impressed by the increasing number of centenarians that we have in our country and the frequency with which our president visits and have appropriate beverage with our aging population. Mr. President, the phenomena of decreasing fertility rates and increasing life expectancy is leading to the aging of the populations around the world. As the population ages, the number of persons contributed to social security programs have been on the decline, and the number of persons benefiting from such programs have been on the increase. This has resulted in programs facing serious fiscal and economic sustainability around the world. The reform process in many countries seeks to find a balance between increasing costs and reducing income from such programs. These data are similar around the world, and structural reforms to social security systems have been a priority worldwide. Governments around the world are shifting away from pure pay-as-you-go systems in which payment by current workers is used to pay current retirees, to systems that have built into them some kind of private pension fund, as we have seen in places like the United States, where it is now common for workers to have 401k programs in which they and the employers contribute to systems that will guarantee a pension in the years to come. The systems also recognize that management costs, risks, and income distribution must be considered. Governments in Australia, in Chile, in China, in England, in Sweden have adopted mixed programs combining state-funded initiatives and private pensions as a way forward. And given these global realities, the government, in my view, has reviewed has consulted, has analyzed our situation, and the proposals that have been presented, in my view, is an attempt to find a way forward to provide for Barbadians and for Barbados a sustainable program of social reform and social benefits that will give Barbados a firm foundation for its insurance program going forward. And so the reforms that are proposed, in my view, are important, useful, and create a foundation for the future. Going forward, however, Mr. President, I have 4 issues that concern me, looking at the data and on the basis of what I have read. In my opinion, it must be clear to government that the funds of the national insurance system and the national insurance funds are not the funds of government, but the patrimony of the people of Barbados. And as such, in my view, these funds should not be used by government as a development fund without the approval of the people. My understanding is that these funds are the funds of the people, put aside for the future of the people and for the benefits of the people. I believe the government must consider a development initiative, which could be a sovereign wealth fund, to support development initiatives and investment that government seeks to pursue. Such funds have been established in other countries with specific emphasis on providing resilience and future investment opportunities for the government. Sovereign wealth funds are used as a way to accrue profit for the benefits of the country and the citizens. The primary function of a sovereign wealth fund is to stabilize the country's economy through diversification and to generate wealth for future generations. A sovereign wealth fund is a state-owned pool of money that is invested in various financial assets. The money typically comes from a nation's budgetary surplus, and when a nation has excess money, it uses the sovereign wealth fund as a way to pursue investment opportunities. Many nations have used these funds as a way to accrue profit for the benefit of the country and to stabilize the country's economy through diversification. The sovereign wealth fund is a state-owned pool of money that's invested in various financial assets. And the money typically comes from a nation's budgetary surplus. When a nation has excess money, it uses a sovereign wealth fund as a way to funnel it into investments rather than simply keeping those funds in a central bank. And so I hope that going forward, as we do the reforms, that the National Insurance Fund will not be used as a development fund by the government, but will be preserved as a patrimony for the citizens of our country and their future. My second concern, Mr. President, relates to those who I understand deduct money from employees but do not pay these monies deducted to the National Insurance Scheme. This, in my view, is a criminal act and should be dealt with by the full weight of the law. If, in fact, employees are deducting funds from employers are deducting funds from employees and not crediting those funds to the benefit of the employees through the national insurance system, to me, this is a crime. And all efforts should be made as we review and reform the system to ensure that this practice does not continue. It weakens the fund and creates uncertainty and creates a lack of confidence for the fund going forward if, in fact, employees can deduct money from employers can deduct money from employees' salary and not credit to the fund. This, to my mind, undermines the fund and should not be allowed. My third concern relates to the fact that apparently audited financial statements and annual reports have not been presented as required by law by the fund over the last 10 years, according to a document which I have read. Mr. President, no system of governance that is based on transparency and accountability can function in the absence of up-to-date audited financial statements and annual reports. And if these are in fact specified in laws and regulations of the fund, all efforts must be made going forward to ensure that appropriate audited financial statements and annual reports are prepared, provided, and laid in Parliament in accordance with the regulations that have been established. Mr. President, I hope that the creation of the new state enterprise that is proposed will result in improved service levels and greater accountability and transparency so that the patrimony of the people is protected and conserved for the people's future. It is clear to me that as we seek to develop our new republic, as we seek to find ways to improve the lot of those who are less endowed, as we seek to provide for the aging population of our country, as we seek to create a more just society, that we will do all to ensure that this new instrument that we seek to create today by this bill is transparent, accountable, and responds to the needs of the Barbados population. With those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Bradford. Senator Malidou.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, fellow senators. First of all, I just would like to say I endorse what I've heard on this side of the table wholeheartedly. Some very insightful comments from my colleagues. But I think I would like to start possibly in a different place. I heard Senator Monroe Knight tell us that this problem has been around since. I was very pleased to hear you could comment. It was 2002 with Owen Arthur. So this crisis has not been a crisis for a very long time, apparently. It's not been a crisis. And this other document here, the National Insurance Board Principles Recommendation for the Revitalization of the National Insurance Scheme, also says in here it's not a crisis. And I also note that in the presentation in the other place, it was described as not a crisis. And in many of the videos on the NIS website, I'm pleased to see that we don't have a crisis.
Senator Malloy, just to be clear, the reference you make to 2002 in terms of what Senator Dr. Moroni said, from my memory, she said that adjustments were made in 2002.
Yes.
As opposed to the problem existing since 2002.
Well, let me restate in case I misspoke or was misunderstood.
Yeah.
What I was referring to was that the previous Prime Minister, now passed, Right Honourable and Arthur, recognized in 2002 that the problem was likely to happen in 2032.
Got you.
Yes.
Understood.
I thank you for allowing me to clarify. So I've also read this document, which I think is an excellent document. I noticed that it was recently recirculated. It was available on the National Insurance website. It's not sometimes easy to find because of a little glitch with the website, but I encourage anyone who can hear my voice to pick this up and read it from cover to cover and study it. I endorse all of the recommendations in this wholeheartedly. But where I would like to start, Mr. President, is to follow the money. And what do I mean by that? What is the source of the money in the National Insurance Scheme or the system or the National Insurance Fund, which I've learned today and have heard before, some 90-odd% goes to old age pensions. It's only a very small amount that's for the other things. The majority is old age pensions. What is the source of that money? The source of that money at the end of the day is employers and employees. And from a business's point of view, where I sit most of the time, both the employer contribution and the employee contribution that the employer makes is part of what we would consider the cost of employment. Had we not paid that money to the NIS fund on behalf of the employee, it would be available for something else. That money belongs to the employee. That's who the money is. So I will endorse Senator Brathwaite's comment that that money is not the money belonging to the government of Barbados. It is in fact the savings of the people of Barbados and needs to be invested wisely and prudently. So with that brief introduction, I would then just like to turn very briefly to the comments of Leader of Government Business, Senator Cummins, and endorse very much what she has said, that the focus of this legislation is on governance, and it's on freedom from political interference. And I believe I got that quote correctly. Strengthen governance and freedom from political interference. I believe, though, in the public domain, there has been a lot of discussion about things that are not in this bill, which Senator Hines pointed out to us, Mr. President, that there's been lots of discussion about the problem that we have down the road, which is not a crisis today, but we can see it like a storm off of our coast, which is that we have less people contributing and more people benefiting. So our population is shrinking, but the people who need to get the benefits are growing. And lots of people have described it in lots of different ways. And statistics, I'm not sure what the rules are, but there's a great quote from, often attributed to Mark Twain, and he tells us about lies and damn lies and statistics. And that has been my experience as well, and we have to be very careful with statistics. But I want to give you two about population growth, which might surprise you. And I'll tell you what the source of this is. There's a great modern-day writer, philosopher, blogger by the name of Tim Urban. And he writes a blog called Wait But Why. And he has a very interesting perspective on things, Mr. President. One of the things that he has researched in there is, and I find this absolutely amazing to think about, 1 in every 15 people that have ever lived are living today. 1 in 15 people who have ever lived on the face of this earth are alive today. That seemed very strange to me, somewhere around 7% or something like that. I think that his information is based on good science, very good science. The second thing that's interesting about what he said, when I give you statistics, is that the vast majority of people who have ever reached to the age of 90 and beyond are alive today. My father being one of them, still going to work. Interesting how that demographic is, and when other folks were talking about the demographic, I thought I would throw those two things in there for you. But I want to go back to this bill and the recommendations in here that I've said I fully endorse. Because what is disappointing to me, Mr. President, about this bill is that it does not embrace all of the recommendations in here. Now, it may well be, and that I will hear from someone, that stand by, Senator Malilou, they're quickly coming, and changes. I do hope that every recommendation that is in this independently produced document by, we've all seen the names, I respect them, they're much more knowledgeable than me, actuaries, investment bankers, all of these people. I hope that every single one of these recommendations will be implemented. And what I would like to challenge government to tell us is a time frame for the implementation of the entire document, not just picking and choosing, because it leads me to wonder, and I was going to ask the question, on what basis did we pick and choose? I thought of the analogy sitting at lunch today. It's kind of like you ask a fella to come and take a look at your house and say, tell me what needs repairing. And he tells you, well, look, the roof is leaking. You got a plumbing problem. You got a bit of electrical problem, and your foundations are a bit shaky. And you listen to him and you say, all right, well, I can fix the plumbing. All good. No, Mr. President, all is not good. Unless we implement everything that's in here, picking and choosing one or a piece or the other is not the right solution. So I hope we implement it all. And when we do that, Mr. President, I hope that we do recognize, again, something that someone else has raised, is that I've heard the Prime Minister in the public forum say that we cannot all rely on NIS. NIS can't be the only thing that we rely on for retirement. And those who can provide other forms of old age pension for themselves should do so. And I agree completely, Mr. President. And therefore, I hope that very quickly the government will reverse the terrible injustice that was done to us in 2010 when the tax deduction for mutual funds was taken away. And that immediately dried up capital going into that part of our market, and it stopped people from saving. I hope we will implement that immediately. And secondly, the withdrawal of the deduction for registered retirement savings plans in 2015, again, under a different administration. I hope that that will be undone very quickly, Mr. President, because it is wrong for double taxation. You cannot ask someone to pay tax on $1, invest that money, and then when they get it back in their old age to pay tax on it again. It is wrong. And I hope that that too will be fixed. Mr. President, I'd like to just turn my attention to the contributions versus the benefit side. It's interesting in this document, or in some of the presentations that we've had, fundamentally, the contributions come in, benefits have to go out. Hopefully there is a little difference in between. We invest that for the future, and we all know the benefits of compounding investment if done well. But in the report, this report here again I'm referring to, on page 17, it states that the cost of the government restructuring debt to the National Insurance Fund was a loss of $800 million. Now, Mr. President, I've heard that quoted in all kinds of sugar and so on to tell me that, oh, but that was only 3 years. That would only have changed 3 years of the fund. The problem was still there. That may be true, but it's $800 million. $800 million. I heard the leader of government business refer to the catastrophic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which cost us in 1 year, that was today, $600 million was my note what I wrote down, $600 million. So I want us to remember that on the one hand, when we lose $600 million during a pandemic, and that is a catastrophic loss, which it certainly was, 800 million is equally or more catastrophic to the people of Barbados who rely on those funds. And that's only to make the point that we must invest this money prudently. And hence I go back to the comments that were made, strengthen governance and strengthen and provide for freedom from political interference. So I looked through the document, Mr. President, to find these areas that I could see strengthen governance and freedom from political interference. And I regret to say, Mr. President, that I can't find too many instances where that is in fact so. There are lots of recommendations in this document along those lines. And as I said earlier, I hope they are accepted and implemented. But as of right now, I don't see a whole lot. One example of that could well be that we gloss over the fact that we have an investment criteria which had said to us 57% in government paper, but we allowed it to go to 67%. And as a result, that $800 million loss was much greater than it had to be if we had had less government bonds. And it's also a good reminder, as we were told in some other forum, that cash is also an investment. Sitting on some cash, and we all know it as individuals as well, you need to have some cash there for a rainy day. You don't have to pick it all up to invest it. So I really do hope that in strengthening the governance, and all of these are implemented, that we will see the investment criteria being adhered to, and when it is not, heads will roll, people will be brought to bear on that. So, other things that are in this document, which I think we need to look at very carefully, and others have mentioned it, I'll go through them very quickly. The requirements for the actuarial reports, we really are flying blind without them. The requirements for the audit, I am disappointed that that hasn't been addressed because the Auditor General is in fact overworked, and maybe this should be an external audit that should be dealt with this, considering that the funds belong to the people, Mr. President. We don't need the internal Auditor General to audit the NAS funds. That could be done by an external auditor. I am a little bit, I don't know how to say this, but in the actual document throughout it, I can't see where there is going to be independent appointments to the board. I can see throughout there the minister retains the right to appoint the board, for the board appointments, and I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed in that. So, on page 13 of this report, and I want to turn to it, Mr. President, to read for it specifically because I don't want to get it wrong. Page 13 of this report deals with the governance recommendations. And one of the bullet points says, and I'd like to quote it, it says, the third bullet point down on the investments, it says, the NIF, National Insurance Fund, remains subject to the, so this is where they're pointing out, Mr. President, for context, the weakness that we must be addressed. The NIF remains subject to the ministerial investment-related directions of Section 101 of the Public Finance Management Act 2019, but with the added safeguard that any instructions be written and gazetted. I do hope, again, that this will be addressed in the final changes to these legislation, such that we do not have to say in the future that there are the possibility of ministerial investment-related directions. That is unnecessary. So, Mr. President, as I close, I would just like to challenge. I see all the reasons why and all The changes to the legislation are pieces of this recommendation, and as I said earlier, I endorse the recommendations, and hence I endorse the changes to the bill. I see the necessity. I'm not blind. I think we can all see the challenges that we're having with an aging population, all of that we've gone through. We have to adjust for it. I've heard all of the reasons why we have to look after those who can't otherwise look after themselves, and that's who we are, and we're going to continue to do that. But we must do it in a responsible way. We must invest. We must have confidence in ourselves as a people as well to make good investment decisions. For example, I would have thought that the National Insurance Fund would have been the first to jump in on investments in solar, photovoltaic investments in Barbados. That is the perfect investment for a pension fund. It's long-term in nature. It is safe and secure. It avoids foreign exchange spent as a country. It's a perfect investment vehicle for a fund like the National Insurance, who has big sums of money that they can deploy into that type of infrastructure project. And that's the type of thing that we want our National Insurance Fund, as our people, to invest in. We want to see infrastructure projects. We want to see commercial buildings. Those are the things we want to see. And I'm very, very encouraged, Mr. President, that we're also diversing in terms of currency. Very, very important. I'm glad to see that's happening. And I hope that government, recognizing that that's good for the National Insurance Scheme, will also recognize that it's good for the private pension funds as well. And, Mr. President, I hope they extend it to the insurance companies. Because if you think of it, when your house is insured in Barbados with a Barbados insurance company, and that Barbados insurance company has the assets that's backing that insurance company, or Barbadian assets. When a hurricane hits Barbados, it's the insurance company's assets that are also damaged. So that's why we need to have reinsurance. We need to allow the insurance companies and the private pension funds to invest in external investments to protect us against that. So in closing, Mr. President, thank you for the time. I want to reiterate the challenge that I would like to see, as soon as possible, the implementation date for all of the recommendations in here. Let's not cherry pick which ones we're going to do. And finally, what I would like to see is I'd like to understand what we're doing about the arrears. I've heard, and you know how things get, you hear about things, and I've seen in the paper some things published, and there's this 80-20 rule. I'm told that 80% of the arrears owing to the National Insurance Scheme come from 20% of the payers. I think it is time that we decide a threshold. Maybe it's $5,000, maybe it's $10,000, maybe it's $1 million, Mr. President, I'm not sure what. But we should publish the roll of those companies and those employers who have failed in their obligation. They have taken money from the people and have not paid it over to the fund. Let's publish it. Let's publish that and show it. Why are we hiding from it? So I'd like to see a specific, measurable way that we are going to deal with the arrears. I'd like to see a specific, measurable way that we're going to implement all of these recommendations. And as I close, excellent report, endorse it in full, but really, really hope that we can implement it in full. With those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Maladu. Speakers? If not, I will call on Senator Cummins to close, so speak up, or Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when we talk about pension reform, it is always a sensitive issue. And, you know, not only in Barbados, but globally. And, you know, sometimes it can even become contentious if it is not implemented properly, and if, of course, buy-in is not obtained from the beneficiaries and the various other stakeholders associated with such schemes. We only have to look across the Atlantic to what is happening now in a European country. And while I don't envisage or foresee that such confusion or such conflict will arise in the situation where we are proposing pension reform in Barbados, it just causes us to recognize the importance of proper communicating with as I said before, with all the stakeholders so that we can get that buy-in up front. If we don't do that, then it requires a lot of education to be done subsequent to implementing of the legislation. And I think that is what is happening now in this situation where there's a lot of education which has now started. Perhaps it could have gone on a little earlier. I know someone will say, well, we did have consultations, but consultation and education tend to be, are really two different things, because what you need to educate on is what the implications for what is being proposed and what is being put into law is going to, how it's going to affect you, the individual pensioner. And so therefore, the proposals must always be very well thought through. And as I said, must be subject to the kind of robust debate which has subsequently started since the ministerial statement about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. The reform and the adjustments which are being done to the pension scheme in terms of the arithmetic, Mr. President, it's not a complex. As we know, we have an issue. And I think everyone accepts there's an issue. It has been well ventilated what the issues are coming out of the last actuarial report. And so we know adjustments have to be made. We know certain things have got to be done. The question, of course, is having determined that you have to make these adjustments, you recognize that there's a funding, what you may refer to as a funding issue, funding gap, if you want to call it that. But the proposals which the government is doing looks to see how you can eliminate or mitigate or just get around this gap, which is getting bigger and bigger over time. And to correct it is pretty what you do. There are not that many options. It's straightforward. Either you increase the revenue or you reduce the expenditure. You can increase the revenue, of course, by adjusting the contributions up. You can reduce the expenditure by adjusting the benefits downwards. And you can do that by reducing the benefit maybe from a 66 2/3% to a 60% or something. That is one option. The other option, of course, would be to adjust things like the pensionable age. You increase the pensionable age, or you increase the amount of contributions that are necessary before you can draw on the pension. So that's it, really. And then it becomes for government to decide what are the methods, how easy is it to propose adjustments which they consider are palatable to the beneficiaries. And of course, government will take into account the political risks which can occur. And once that is done, then the arithmetic of it is pretty straightforward. So that said, government in its wisdom has decided not to introduce the contribution levels, the contribution rate at this time, but will adjust the expenditure in the form of, the expenditure is effectively being adjusted in the form of increasing the pensionable age, because you're going from 67 to 68. And so that is one means of doing this adjustment. The question, of course, is that being said, we also have to look at how the investment portfolio is performing. Obviously, if we can see how we can maybe restructure, maybe the word, maybe organize the investment portfolio so that you can get an overall better return, then that affords, and therefore more revenue, then that affords you, again, an opportunity to be able to hold down or not to have to increase the contribution rate. But the investment, managing that investment portfolio, and we've heard previous speakers speak to this, is a very significant and important area, certainly in my view. I think that, and I've noted in the coming out of the proposed amendments in the bill, that the investment committee will now be constituted, hopefully in a way that it does include persons with very special interests in finance, with special skills and ability in asset management, for example, so that overall the board has access to proper professional advice to guide it in terms of making these various investments decisions. I was very pleased to see this morning, just before it came down to Senate, as a matter of fact, in reading the nation, to note, for example, that the central bank had given approval for the fund, the national insurance, to be able to invest a part of, or a greater part, because they used to allow, I think, a very small part of its investments overseas. But if we're going to be serious about managing our investments, we cannot rely on overall managing an investment portfolio which is almost 100% Barbadian. Because there's very little activity in terms of investment instruments in Barbados anyhow. So you rely on primarily government paper, or that is certainly what the national insurance has been relying on over time. And we know what can happen when too great a reliance is placed in that area. We know what happened in 2018 we further announced that over $1 billion adjustment had to be made because of investments in government paper, so that when the restructuring was done in 2018, that was the hit which the National Insurance experienced to its fund. And, you have to ask the question, if we were not so heavily invested then, would it still have been necessary to propose the changes which are now being recommended, or to the extent that we have done? Certainly, an adjustment from minimum pension payments from 10 years contributions to 15 years is a 50% adjustment, which is very, very significant. We also have the issue of I don't want, I am reluctant to say abuse or misuse of the funds by administrations, government administrations over the years who have put their hands into the fund and use it for various purposes, or directed that it be used in a certain way or a certain investment. And I don't know that it has entirely changed.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order.
Mr.
Definitely
President.
no. Mr. President, the Honourable Senator is misleading the Honourable House. I certainly would wish to say that I don't know what happened before, but certainly this administration is not putting its hand into the NIS fund. And so anything that is perceived to have been happening before certainly has changed now. Secondly, I allowed it to go a little earlier when we talked about the development fund. The NIS functions like an investment fund, Mr. President, and the investment decisions are made by the investment committee in accordance with the investment policy. That we have a threshold that has been invested in Barbados that is in excess of what it should be is perhaps what the Honourable Senator himself has referred to, a function of a cap imposed by the central bank itself, which has just been announced today, has been lifted. But I would not wish us to continue with this notion that government is dipping its hand, whether for a development fund or for all kinds of other purposes, into a fund that is an investment fund, Mr. President, and it requires a return on its investment to be able to be for the patrimony of our people.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Continue, Senator Nurse, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I did not accuse any particular government, or I'm making a general statement, and I'm looking at administrations that have how the fund has been used in the past. If this government has not been putting its hands or directing that the NIS funds be used in any particular manner, then good for them, so be it. I hope they will keep it up, and I hope they will keep that level of transparency and so on. But the point is that we say all of that, but yet we still come back and we propose legislation, Mr. President, Section 11G, subsection 3, which speaks to the whole question of the investment committee and what they can, how they may invest the funds. And it says, notwithstanding subsections 1 and 2, the service may, after consultation with the minister responsible for finance, invest any monies forming part of the fund in such a manner and in such investments, in such a manner and in such investments as the minister may direct. So we still have kept back, government has still kept back that aspect, or include, it is still there, which gives the minister that opening or outlet to be able to direct the committee. And it's there in the proposed, and it's there in the proposed legislation.
Mr. President, sorry, it's only a point of order, please.
There was a point of order.
So, again, I don't think that the Honourable Senator is seeking to mislead the House, but there is a link that is being made between what he is referring to in section 11G and the supposition that it also then leads to some level of malfeasance or attempt to use the fund in an incorrect way, and that is not the intent. You have read it, and it says that the service may, after consultation with the minister responsible for finance. That's what it says. So there should be no link with this provision and any suggestion that then the government and the minister will direct the fund in any way that may lead to some level of injury and malfeasance.
Mr. President, I'm really not going to dwell on this, but the point is that it is there. The minister may direct. And whether or not it is the intent, I certainly hope it wouldn't be the intent that the minister will have at any time to do or to direct or to suggest. But the point is that the legislation is there. And I move on. I'm not going to dwell on that anymore. Mr. President, the other issues which I really want to touch on is Mr. President, is that we need to have, and one of these things which I noted in the proposed bill, in the proposed act, is that the ability for pensioners, and I don't know if this is only relating to pensions of the public service, or if this is a general situation where the national insurance pensioners will have the ability to make additional voluntary contributions. I think that's a good idea, because the truth is that when you think about it, there are lots of people who end up, a lot of workers who end up, when they reach pensionable age, who have been really living from paycheck to paycheck. And when they come to retirement, they really don't have any savings, and they rely on virtually entirely on that national insurance pension. The problem is that it is not the level of on which the pension is based, which is called the maximum pensionable earnings, is not that big. I think it may be in the region of about 5,000 plus or something at this stage. And when you calculate a pension of that, it is not very, what you end up getting can be problematic for those who, as I said, have not been making other arrangements or having other pension planning in place to supplement that national insurance pension. And so what I would like to see is that there's more encouragement for people to be able to make that additional voluntary contribution to supplement, which would help to supplement and give them a bigger pension when they retire. Because what we don't want is that the standard of living of those pensioners um, is so drastically drops that, you know, it's really becomes a difficulty for them to continue, for them to survive and to meet their day-to-day commitments and requirements and so on. So I think that that would certainly be a very good thing to do. And also, or in addition to that, what I would also like to see encouraged, and I believe Senator Malalu made reference to it, and I also remember the Prime Minister in her presentation making comment to it, to the ability to be able to look outside of the national insurance pension and to have some other form of investments or sort of supplement that income. I think that is very wise, very sage recommendation and suggestion. But I think I will reiterate, and I believe I made that point earlier, but in a previous debate, in fact, it may have been at budget when we were debating the annual estimates, when I suggested that I would like to see a reversal of a situation which existed a couple of years ago when the taxation allowance was dropped on pension plans, private pension plans, and individual arrangements like registered retirement savings plans. And I think that if the government is serious in that area, that certainly they would look to reintroduce those benefits or those tax allowances, which would encourage people, persons to once again get involved and invest in such private pension arrangements. And Mr. President, I think the biggest issues in terms of these proposals, as we said, is really to do the education so that people understand how critical it is that these adjustments had to be done. Government obviously determined that they did not want to, that they would not be adjusting the contribution rates, perhaps because they recognize that, you know, there has been a fairly significant amount of taxation and so on people's incomes within the last couple of years. And so that it was probably considered a no-no, and I said that they probably recognize that that may not have been a very palatable one for the population. So overall, I would say that we know things have to be done, decisions have to be made. There's always going to be some contentions from a political point of view, and some will see it that it could be done one way, some will see it that it could have been, adjustments could have been done one way, or adjustments could have been done another way. At the end of the day, it is really for the administration of today to decide, and they have decided. And so once we can get over the politics of the issue and get in place proper management of the national insurance. I don't, of the fund itself and have really good, robust management under the new proposed system. I really don't want to keep rehashing it, but I'm sure that I've reminded this Honourable Senate in the past that of the number of years that we've seen in the Auditor General's report, the issue of reports and audits not being presented because they've not been done. And that, Mr. President, I think even for a new board is going to pose an issue. How do you get that up to date? How do you ever get it up to date? You know, one of the problems which it may sound, I don't know, for those who would not have worked in this field, one of the issues is that probably the records of 10 years ago or 15 years ago, or however long it is, maybe somewhere stacked up in some old barn or something, filled with pigeon, you know, droppings and rat droppings and whatever else, and nobody really wants to go in there and touch those records. Certainly the staff don't want to do it, the auditors ain't going to do it, you know, and so you have to somehow decide, how do we get over this problem? And it may very well be that this new board may have to decide, look, let us sit with the auditors, let us discuss that we're not going to get there in any hurry, if we ever do, and maybe they may have to do what we call in the auditing field, agree to take a qualification, a serious qualification in the auditor's report that, you know, we have not been able to get the information and explanations which we need, and therefore we cannot pronounce on the records. But you have to start from somewhere and move forward. If you don't, we remain in this position and we come here 10 years from now or 5 years from now and we ask what is happening, and we will see in the Auditor General's report that we're still behind. So I think that this opportunity, now that a new board is being put in place, new arrangements, new governance, we may have to look at, you know, make a radical decision like that and move on. And so I wish that with these new measures in place, certainly that the fund going forward will be successful, that we will generate the types and levels of revenue to be able to adequately fund the benefits on an annual basis, and that as this new system settles down, that certainly the governance and the management will be taken to really much higher levels, and that we will see a successful National Insurance Fund going forward. And with those few words, Mr. President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I was so inspired by my colleague's phrase of beyond politics that I was compelled to speak next. Also, because we have the interns of our firm here and they are seeking to leave, I would like to release them. Let me say, and let me play a part. Sir, I think, and I'm going to draw on the theme stated by our learned colleague, Senator Nurse, that I think it's important that we look at the concept of beyond politics. And this is why. Reading from the IMF paper 2016, You know I always cite my references. Sir, IMF Working Paper, Western Hemisphere Department, National Insurance Scheme Reforms in the Caribbean, WP 16 of 2006. Paragraph 2. The NIS in the Caribbean are pay as you go. That is, they use employer and employee contributions to pay for retirees' current benefits and defined benefits arrangements. Since their establishment in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, contribution incomes have exceeded benefit payments and administrative expenses for most countries, and the systems have accumulated a large fund. The schemes, note the plural, the schemes appeared relatively sound until about 2017. Thereafter, they are projected to incur substantial deficits and eventually run down their assets, raising the prospects that the governments will have to bear a share of the promised pension benefits. This is since 2016, Mr. President, referring to NIS schemes in the Caribbean. They dealt with the islands of Trinidad all the way up to Jamaica, sir. So the concept that we are here discussing something and attempting in any manner to attribute partisan blame, I don't want to be any part of that. I want to make a beyond politics contribution inspired by my colleagues, because I've only heard two from the government side and the rest from the independents. And we'll see why, man. So, sir, first of all, having laid the foundation, I think it's important that we all take a moment to appreciate the fact that we can have this discourse. We are sitting here having a discourse about how best to deal with $3.67 billion sitting down for the benefit of Barbadian people. That is what we are here doing. We are here having a discussion about how best to tend to the future needs of the country, while being cognizant that we have different perspectives, while being cognizant that there are some who will not agree about how we go about it, but we must appreciate the position that we are in. Sitting down and talking about how we get here or who do what doesn't do anything for the benefit of those who we have to have this discussion for, Mr. President. Now, sir, just a few relevant facts, and this is necessary for the purpose of the discussion that we're having. 2016 was the last audited information in which the fund had an approximate value of $5 billion, where GDP was at $10 billion. The factors as stated at that time, sir, for the state of the fund, and I'm quoting from a reference of a 2017 article, sir, in which I know it's a subsequent title, Mr. Carrington stated, there were three factors in which the fund was limited with regard to its investments. 1, policy. 2, lack of local investment opportunities. And 3, not enough foreign exchange. That's 2016, 2017, sir. We now find ourselves with the unaudited figures in 2023, sir. Country GDP, 11.3 billion, sir, in 2016, 2017, that was 10 billion, and reserves in the NIS in the sum of 3.6 billion. As my friend Senator Drakes did, we round that up, let's call that 4 billion. The variety of reasons being proffered, I think it's fair to say that we no longer have the restriction of not enough foreign exchange. We have stated in the press, and these latest figures coming out of the central bank, is that reserves now stand at $3.2 billion US. That is the reserve. In these circumstances, sir, the three factors that were cause for concern, policy, lack of local investment opportunities, and not enough foreign exchange, reduces to 2. We have the foreign exchange, so let's look at the policy. Let's look at local investment opportunities, Mr. President. Now, having painted this picture generally of the fund, I am indebted to the contribution of Senator Dr. Christina Hines with regard to bringing a little focus back to what is the actual legislation that we're here debating, having gone off somewhat on an esoteric journey in the beginning of the debate, sir. Simply put, the purpose of the legislation, which has been laid out by the government extensively, is one, moving the NAS from its current nature and to create it as a state-owned enterprise. Commercial enterprise. Now, is set out a series of what we call, as you would call them, Mr. President, C-level positions: CEO, CFO, CPDO, COO, CIO, CP and PO, CRM, and CIA. And we call them C-suite executives, sir. And we certainly wish them luck with the objective of driving up the revenue and the different investments and performance of the fund. I do recall, sir, that in the past, when we talk about C-level executives, there was some consternation when we put together dream teams and we talk about funding. And I do recall that a former minister did state that if you pay peanuts, you will get monkeys. So I'm assuming that these C-level executives will be well compensated with KPIs to drive up the revenue and fiscal performance of the fund. We have a very demanding public that's encouraged by the nature of the encouragement that they receive from various sectors who will be asking these questions. That's the first part, sir. The second part, which also begs a question, and remember, we are beyond politics now, sir, is the creation of another state-owned enterprise. The government has set out within its budgetary and other statements that there is a need to examine the existing state-owned enterprises for the purpose of the economic and budgetary concerns, and of course the level, or I believe the term is, to make them more financially viable. We are now creating another one, so I'm sure the government will set out how this one will be financially viable in the context of the previous budgetary statement, sir. Now, sir, I think it's time for a story as to why we have the NAS. And we can attribute it to a variety of personal reasons, but one I think that stands with me is very simple. The concept of the NAS is to provide for those who don't have. That's my view, that's my personal view. It may not be the definition. And the concept is that we all pay in to the fund, and the name speaks for itself. National Insurance Security Fund. And a practical way, I think, especially for the younger persons who may hear, of bringing home the appreciation of why this is important and why we must have this social safety net, is I was one time in Jamaica, sir, pursuing some form of regional integration with regard to my studies. And I was at a function where Bounty Killer, he's a reggae artist, sir. He's a reggae artist, young man, a reggae artist, sir. Bounty Killer came to perform, dancehall. I came to perform at a function which the Jamaicans will call an uptown function. Fortunately and hopefully we don't get those distinctions, so I don't know how I found myself there. But Bounty Killer came to perform at this function, sir. And he said something that has stayed with me some, let's say, 15 or 20 years later, or however long it's been. But what he said was that, let me tell you something. You see a man who doesn't have food in his yard, it is in your interest to help him get food in his yard, because if he doesn't have food in his yard, he can come in your yard. So, Mr. President, we all have a self-interest with regard to being our brother's keeper and considering these types of policies which help the less fortunate. That's an overarching, that's a personal mantra with regard to why I support things like the NIS. Now, sir, understanding that we have what you call policy, we recognize that the development of the revitalization reforms which have been shared sets out clearly that the objective of the government, it seeks to increase the yield which is currently being produced by the NAS. And we have to laud the efforts of the government in this regard, and we have received some documentation today which seems very comprehensive and reflects the effort of the government and the team, which includes some of our own members, in their efforts to seek to utilize different systems to come to an understanding as to how best to increase yield. Now, I know when I start to talk about yield, Mr. President, as an accountant, you get excited because we're chasing yield, we're talking about revenue. The simple fact is this: we have money in the NAS. We have $3.7 billion. However, the average for that is 4.3%. 4.3% is less than what you'll get if you buy some of the boss bonds. That's at 4.5. But that's government paper. But that's another topic. You have the money which is there, sitting down and being earned because of the restrictions that I would have started off my presentation on, sir. Policy and lack of local investment opportunities. So, as represented, they are hindered in relation to the rate of return for that $3.7 billion, which is why they have come and said that they have gotten the permission of the central bank to seek other investment avenues. This seems like something reasonable, and the quantum which is being sought is 80 million, which in the context of the value of the entire fund of 3.7 billion seems to be reasonable in the circumstance, or some would say they should put more out there. However, because we are given independent contributions to these debates, there are some who would say, well, if you put the money out there for higher risk, a higher reward, you then expose yourself to higher risk. I understand that they're looking at the US Treasury notes, which are currently at 5.5 and seem very attractive for those in the market to buy bonds. Well, I am not an investor, sir. I only talk to persons who do, and I certainly would encourage any efforts that could hire or result in a higher rate of return. If we recognize, sir, that these are the facts that we're dealing with, money there, indication that since 2016, there is going to be this downward trend. Governments have to find ways to deal with their contribution to increase the performance of the NAS funds. What comes next? We have legislation here presently, which I believe is the first step, where the government is saying, well, we are going to reform how our pension fund, our NAS operates. We are going to bring in the personalities, we're going to bring in certain measurables, we're going to allow different forms of investment. That's step one. Attached to that, I also see that the legislation proposed also deals and seeks to deal with the public servants and their pensions, and I'm going to come to that in a bit. So the question is, if this is the lay of land, this is what the government is doing, what else could be done by the government? And this is suggested as an assistance with regard to how we move forward and take the next steps. But before we do, let's appreciate that certainly within my memory, this seems to be the most that has ever been put forward, and working and discussions and joint select and meetings being done. So I certainly, on behalf of the citizens, express appreciation for the amount of work and the dialogue that is going into it. But of course, being human, even if we get something, we still say, well, you know, you could also give me a little something more. So let's see, what do we do next? Of course, education about the purpose, what we're doing, why we're doing. And you know what brought home to me the importance of education on this topic? We were here last week doing the people's work. Some of us virtually, a little naughtily, but doing the people's work for 3 hours, getting an excellent presentation on the NIS and the situation. But because it was not a public sitting and because it was not televised, people filled in the blanks. And that brought home to me the need for the education of what is being done. And this government can get a message out there. This government could get a message pretty. So whether it's TikTok, was that what TikTok, or whether it is what this government knows how to get a soundbite out there. So the fact is, because you can do it, you should do it. You know how to get the message out there, or maybe that's only when there's a certain time. I don't know, but this government, I have seen this government get a message out there, Mr. President, and it was heard to the length and the breadth of the island, Mr. President. Everybody got the message. So I'm saying use the talent that you have with government, spread the gospel. Secondly, sir, if you don't give the people the information, as I said, they can fill it. And they will fill it with whatever comes easiest, which unfortunately may not necessarily be sensible stuff. Sir, I think though that in seriousness there needs to be special regard with the perception of the youth to what is being done. I keep on mentioning the Twitterati. There are certain members in here, sir, but there are statements being made on social media. There are certain statements being made on social media by the young people, sir, that there is this concept that they're being asked to do more, and by the time it's their turn, they can be dead, or you gotta work until 70 or 80. The message has to be given as to why we're doing what we're doing and how everyone will stand to benefit. Sir, perhaps the government should continue its effort to fix the low-hanging fruit. We all remember when the auditor's report came out and they were talking about the persons who were deceased and still receiving NAS payments. That was dealt with. But these type of things impact the perception. There were newspaper articles, I think 30-something persons were receiving, and it was an issue because of COVID, the NIS department wasn't receiving the information from the registration unit, and then Minister Strong and the other place had to get up and say what was being done to fix. This doesn't go to the reputation. This doesn't help persons feel confident in what is being done. So these are things that can be remedied, and the government continued to push forward with its mandate. And they did fix it. But it came out and it was subject again to the same social media. Sir, access to NIS funding and persons who've made their contributions continues. It may not be real, but there's a perception. So my informal anecdotal questioning, which may or may not have been done in Oysters while I was waiting for my fish, and I was asking a gentleman who was serving some libation, sir, as to, what's his thoughts about making the contribution if he, if something should happen to him and he can't work in the bar. And the man say, well, Skipper, from what I hear, I will put down that money and then when I go to get it, is licks to get it out. I told him that's not correct, and the whole purpose of it is to take care of individuals like him, self-employed. So if, heaven forbid, something happens to them, they have the coverage. And what is the data? Only 15% of the self-employed persons do it. Let's use the machinery, let's get them involved, let's make the process easier. I've dealt with the NIS in a variety of scenarios. They do excellent work, they do hard work, but the bureaucratic machinery sometimes takes a toll even with those with resources. So imagine if you don't have, Mr. President. Sir, I want to join with the others, and I think, Mr. President, all the other members here have heard me laud, L-A-U-D, laud, the ONRFA government, which allowed a young practitioner to get benefits from mutual fund investments, buying credit, you putting money in credit union, purchasing shares and pension. I remember that like it was yesterday, probably because it was. Other persons, sir, were spending their money on pork chops and things, sir, but I was putting the little pennies and things in the mutual fund, sir. But I don't just say that, sir. I actually come with a proposal. Mr. President. And my proposal is that while I join with the others in relation to saying, well, put it back. I actually propose that if you can't put it back, perhaps a tax credit for persons who make their NAS contributions could be applied if that person also makes a concurrent investment in a self-pension fund. And that's something which I would just like to throw out there for the powers that be who are actually interested in making progress and not just noise, sir, not the loud cymbals, Mr. President. Those who actually care about the country and are seeking to say how we can invest, because, sir, we want to encourage persons to do their own thing. So I'm not saying put back all the taxes. I mean, that would be great. But I recognize that, no, I have any interest in, right? But wait, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to run a country. So how about we get some of what we give in relation to the NIS attributed to your pension, personal pension fund contribution, sir. And I hope, sir, that that message is taken to the powers that be. You see what I did there, sir? The powers that be. Sir, I also want to note, I also say, sir, that as raised by our friend Senator Dr. Christina Hines, the proposed impact of the legislation on the public servants. My review doesn't seem it to be any negative, but again, where there's an absence of information and clear statements, that will be filled. And even if there are statements, the question is, are the sound bites going out in a way that are easily digestible? So what it seems like, as sent out by Senator Nurse, is that it's going to be voluntary with regard to the additional payments towards the fund. But I have actually argued part of a case to deal with the intersecting of pension funds for public servants, and it's extremely tricky. So I say that just to say that please ensure that the public servants who will obviously be questioning the legislation, will obviously be questioning why, understand the impact positive with regard to the voluntary nature of the future contributions in that regard. Finally, sir, in my wishes for horse's speech, sir, I actually, besides once again commending the working group, our current senator, our former senator who sat here with us, sir, I would actually recommend that the working group release the modeling that it did. Yeah. And let me tell you why. I am involved in certain matters where there are always underlying assumptions which go into models. And all of us in this room can sit down and say that we have come up with the most brilliant and the only possible solution. And we have interacted with persons and we have taken all the consultation and we have produced this model. But someone else can just look at it from a different perspective and say, but you know, that assumption that you use there, in your line model, and Mr. President, you'll be more familiar with the concept of models than I am with regard to how they're generated, and I recognize there are certain proprietary restrictions with regard to the actuarial exercise. But as far as possible, the actual modeling mechanism, if at all, especially the underlying assumptions, and I'm not saying that anything was done wrong, but why not? Let's explore to what extent it can be set out to the public for anyone to see how they could improve on it. That's just a thought, sir. Finally, Mr. President, at the end of the day, I would like to recognize that there is no magic wand. And it's all right to talk, and it's all right to be flippant when you don't have to put any energy or any concept or you're just seeking the public attention. And I recognize the hard work that has gone into what is being done. There is no simple solution, but we should be glad about the type of discussion that we're having at this stage, sir. So let's look at the message. Someone might actually say, sir, and this is another whole topic, but is this something that we even want to continue with? But that is something the government can deal with at the appropriate time. So let's look at the education. Let's look at confirming that this is what we want to do. Let us understand that by human beings, our nature is necessarily focused inward. And how do we therefore utilize that for the benefit of all? Let us look seriously at the issue of tax credit, certainly the starting point on the basis of current NIS contributions. And let's look at continued clear communication from the government and the shepherding of the NIS fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very much, Senator Kevin Boyce. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I too, like all the honorable senators who spoke in this debate, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make my contribution. Sir, I am grateful for the very lucid and informative presentation by our colleague, Senator Dr. Drakes, and I call her that in hope of speaking things into the future. She spoke, sir, with a level of clarity on the matter that I wondered whether or not any further contribution to this debate will be a surfeit, because I don't think it could have been excelled. And she has done a lot to add to the discussion on what is a very complex subject that, as Senator Boyce just spoke, we brought last week to have a fairly in-house meeting, to have a presentation to us of the recommendations made coming out and arising from the 17th actuarial review of the National Insurance Fund and the other funds under the purview of the National Insurance System. So, of course, we understand that this debate is not speaking about the effects of the ministerial statement made over the last couple of weeks, and certainly not to address any public follow or misgivings that have arisen. The bill before us now and the one that will follow, of which we have no cognate debate, speaks about the change in the governance structure of the national insurance system, which, to my mind, is an equally important part of the exercise. And while I understand some people might be saying you should have a discussion on national insurance at one stage and do everything one time, it is the judgment of the government that we need to get this governance structure in place at this point in time. And that the changes that have to be made will be done in due course in time. That is the judgment of government. And, you know, I've had to take some time to go and research the actuarial reviews, because the last time I would have come across an actuarial review would have been the one that necessitated the changes made around 2004, 2005 under the Winafa administration. And what I found pertinent in the actuarial review, the 17th actuarial review, was the statement that those changes made then have been eroded to a certain extent and not being able to provide the expected coverage for the system. And that the demographic changes that have continued to move in a certain direction have continued. Honourable senators have spoken. Births in Barbados have been outstripped by deaths. Less people are joining the workforce. Less persons working and contributing to the national insurance system. Pensioners who came onto the roll, say, in the year 2000, half of them still living now and receiving pensions 23 years on, in a way which was not contemplated when the system was first designed. So that these demographic changes are not of the government's manufacture, the last administration's manufacture, or anybody's manufacture. Indeed, only last week, Grenada made changes to their national insurance system by increasing the retirement age to what we did in 2005. They have a different size population. That is correct. They made their changes last week. Trinidad is contemplated a ninth change in a 10-year period. so that these issues are not unique to Barbados. And I think what this debate does is give us an opportunity to stand back and make a judgment as to where we are. I've heard a number of comments publicly. Some of them have been a little amusing, and some of them have been concerning because it requires you to go and ask questions and do some research to determine whether there's any truth. And even today, we have had to hear some corrections being made to what is publicly being stated in the Twitter sphere and social media and these things. I want to assure you, Mr. President, that the government has taken this matter very seriously. And on the NAS website, all the actuarial reviews over the last few years are there. All. And it made it my business, sir, to go back and also to do an analysis of what has changed in the 17th actuarial review. I've gone back to the 15th actuarial review of the NAS fund. It was an assessment of the fund as at 2014. To make the link, because it seems that everything was pointing to about the year 2014. And one of the things that we've been told is that the performance of the national insurance system, the scheme, as we call it, is extremely linked to the performance of the Barbados economy. Let us not forget, sir, that we have had a decade of negative or negligible economic growth in the country. A full decade. And that when we had said in opposition that this was a challenging thing, we were told that we should be punished with laughter. And that was an acceptable political jibe about a serious response when the Prime Minister, as leading the opposition in the other place, had asked for an urgent debate on the state of our economy. She was told that the resolution she brought should be punished with laughter. We are laughing now, you know. These actuarial reports were presented with the same information suggesting that urgent changes should be made out to the National Insurance Fund and the system. And all of the danger signs were in these previous reports. I do not hear in the public domain that the government was rushing to do anything about it. In fact, the last administration played the part of Pontius Pilate and washed their hands of this issue. Left it there. Somebody else will have to deal with it. At a time, sir, when they escalated the investment in government paper to above 80%, at a time when Barbados' sovereign credit rating was junk. These are the facts. Junk, Mr. President. And I find it a little rich that certain comments are being made about the government's rush to deal with these issues. Sir, there is a perspective that guides and differentiates the Barbados Labour Party in its approach to governance. We will see the problems and we will promise the people that we will face it and we will fix it. And that is how we have adopted an approach to the governance of this country. And I believe, and I've said it here before, I do not see the country treating us in the same way as it treated the other side. But that is understood. But we will bear the criticisms of this. What I've not heard in the public domain is any recommendations to fix the national insurance system outside of the recommendations contained in the 17th actuarial report are recommended by the working group. Not one. I've not heard that we need to increase national insurance contributions. I've not heard that we need to decrease the benefits that people get in Barbados. But we've heard that we need to save the fund and ensure its sustainability. But we have not heard any, I do not listen, I'm here on the sidewalk listening to the calling programs. But I will say to Mr. President, that anyone who's suggesting that you should get your information from there, you do that at your peril. I prefer, sir, to listen to the real actuaries and the experts who can guide us on these issues. Because if if we make sport and light at these things, we will find ourselves not being able to deal with the issues that confront us. Sir, I am worried that in about 10 or 15 years, if the demographic trends which have informed the hereditary changes that we have made in 2005 and we are contemplating today, we will have to make further changes to the structure of our national insurance system at a time, sir, when we have only now started to grow back the economy at a rate of 3%. And when I look at the global risk report for 2023, speaking down into 2040, the world is going to become a more challenging place with crises and poly-crises that we cannot even contemplate and imagine. And therefore, we have to be frank and speak to our people that when you are in government, your role and responsibility is not only to deal with the short-term issues that people may have, but the things that can really impact greatly on your long-term development and the future, and also challenge the foundations on which the social development contract of which Senator Monroe, like Dr. Monroe spoke, can be shaken. We have to look at these things. And I'm really, really comfortable with the candor that the government has exercised since August last year when the report was issued. All of us can tell you we were summoned to a parliamentary group meeting at Illawarra Court, where this report and the impact of it was discussed. The actuarial report was discussed, and the social partners, the permanent secretaries, all across the length of Barbados, the government consulted with each and every of those individual groups, including the opposing political parties and the trade unions, on this report. It was discussed on the calling programs last year. So I find it a little strange that I didn't tell you that I listened to them. Huh? Oh, okay. But my colleagues listen to them. You see, when, Mr. President, you are busy representing the interests of ordinary people, you don't have time during the day for that luxury, right? I got to be defending the interests of the working people in this country. That is what I spend my time doing, right? And this discussion ensued then. And the usual responses, the government mismanaged the fund, past administrations lick it out, and all kinds of things. What was reiterated to us, and in very graphic circumstances, is that the benefits that we are paying out are way in excess of what we have been collecting. And we have to draw down on the investment income, which is now about $4 billion. But if we continue to draw down on the investment income, given the demographic profile of Barbados, that in 2034 and to the outer limits 2041, the fund will collapse. So what we are doing here, sir, may not appear to be urgent to other persons, but we are a serious government. And we pledge to face problems and to fix them. And I remember, and I would always try to measure the effectiveness of government's policy on a number of criteria: certainty of incidence, clarity of purpose. These are the hallmarks of good public policy. When we look at these measures contemplated in this the government did not choose to defer benefits to people immediately. Over 11-year span, 4 years in the first instance for the first 6 months, and then that adjustment will happen over an 11-year period. Not to have a knee-jerk reaction to people, and the government was not being wicked, sir. And when we look at the modeling, and it's suggested in the report, you would probably think that that is the most palatable solution. Because certainly we could not increase the rates of national insurance contributions in this economy now. We could not decrease the benefits paid to Barbadians from the national insurance contributions at this point in time. So that the government has chosen the most palatable way to secure the sustainability of the national insurance system. So I find that the debate that has occurred in other places to be quite comical, but at the same time, honourable senators raised today some very important points, because sometimes the most serious statements can be made by the comics. Certainly, if you go back to our school days, Shakespeare made some very important points in the comedies that he wrote, equally so in the tragedies. But we cannot allow a tragedy in slow motion to continue to occur by looking at these reports and deferring any action on them for the sake of political expediency. So I've been charged with doing a tribute about the legal contribution of the luminary, the late Sir Harold St. John, who served in the first Senate in Barbados, appointed in 1964. And one of the things that have come up in the research that I have done was that it was widely acknowledged that he was not a man to put political expediency above public policy choices. And crafting public policy, even if it was not a popular thing, had to be done right for the benefit of the country. And if he was called a commercial lawyer and a person who sided with big government or what's not, the hallmarks and his fingerprint on the development of our international business sector and tourism and all of the commercial activity that has taken Barbados out of a rural sugar agrarian economy are there. And I see from the history that I have read that one of the things he has instilled, and sir, you spoke in the debate, sir, that I've read, and the Deputy President, Madam Deputy President, also spoke in the debate in the other place, the tributes laid to him, was that he was one to ensure that we made the right decision for the benefit of the country, notwithstanding it may not be the popular decision at the time to give the Barbados Labour Party any political advantage. And I say that we are doing the same thing within the context of this debate in trying to arrest these changes now and not allowing a government in 2041 to try to deal with these issues. And I think that we need to take some sober reflection on the approach to this, and that we need to therefore measure the proposals on the basis that we have chosen the least harmful way to shock the economic realities of ordinary Barbadian people by taking more contributions out of their salary or reducing the benefits when they become due. That, sir, is the reality, and I believe and in the long run, we will be accredited for taking the challenges up front and now. So I want to direct my remaining time to look at the legislation and indeed to answer a number of the concerns. Sir, I laud, like Senator Boyce, the attempt to create a more autonomous national insurance system in Barbados. And I want to say this, only once in the history of our country was government recurrent expenditure financed by national insurance. Only once in our history did a government for 3 or 4 financial years refuse to pay any national insurance collected on behalf of government employees. Only once. Harold Barr didn't do it. Tom Adams didn't do it. Bree St. John didn't do it. Erskine Sandiford didn't do it. Owen Arthur didn't do it. And the administration that did that has paid the political price for it. At the same time, the country must be guided by the fact that even also in breach of the provisions of the Central Bank Act, which we have had to come to this place to fortify, the financing of government, recurrent expenditure, not investing in the country, recurrent expenditure. That's like borrowing money to pay a credit card, not to make an investment that will grow, was done at the same time. And you know, you don't want to call out people, but there were members on both boards when the investment policy of the National Insurance Fund was being abused. And I want to say this, you can put as many regulations as you like. You can put as many laws as you like. But when a country is willing to turn a blind eye to blatant abuses and do nothing about it, we end up with the economic disaster that we face in 2018, when this country was bankrupt. And were it not for the debt restructuring, we would not have been able to come out of COVID in a year or two and see a 3% growth for 9 successive quarters in the Barbadian economy. And we have to say these things. So I want to assuage the concerns of the public and the senators who spoke that the National Insurance Fund has never been used as a personal piggy bank of the Barbados, of the Barbados government. It never has been. And do not believe the rumors about it. The director of National Insurance had to confirm today that the monies invested in the Four Seasons have been paid back. But you will see all sorts of things in social media and again on radio other places, on the calling programs, that all these hundreds of millions of dollars are due and owing. You know, one of the things that struck me about this review, Mr. President, was that the debt restructuring is what saved this country from going over the economic cliff. And yes, the National Insurance lost $1.3 billion as a result of the debt restructuring. But had the last administration not been financing government expenditure by going to the NAS, we would not have had that. But we don't blame them for that because the people have dealt with them for doing that. But what I want to say to the country is that at the same time, we need to recognize that if the government of Barbados owes the NIS $1.3 billion, where does the government get revenue from? The same people will have to pay back themselves. And that is what the debt restructuring is also about. So that we have taken that approach not blindly, not flippantly, not wantonly, but we did so with the understanding that we were at the edge of the financial cliff, about to head off. And that the only thing that we could have done is to restructure our debt. But you know what the actuarial review has indicated? That even in spite of the debt restructuring, that it would have only put 3 more years' life on the fund. 3 more years. So the debt restructuring has brought forward our date with destiny by 3 years. So rather than 2034, we're talking about 2031. And the reason why our date with destiny is set in stone is because of the demographic circumstances that face the country. And we need to have a serious discussion about population. We need to have a serious discussion, and I agree with Senator Boyce that even if we have greater compliance, I suggest to Senator Boyce that my reading of this actuarial report does not suggest that compliance simplicity will cause us not to have to implement the changes now. Because the gap that is galloping as a result of the rising expenditure coming from the fund is not going to be closed. A 250 million gap is not going to be closed by compliance being dealt with. So that yes, governance, compliance, and all these issues are important because we are managing a system that is important for everyone. But let us not get sidetracked about what is the real problem. It is not even an elephant in the room anymore. And I remember sitting in the other place as a visitor and Dame Billy Miller being ridiculed for suggesting that it's time that we look at immigration to solve some of the demographic population challenges that we have in Barbados.
Just a point of correction for the record, just to be clear,
Senator Boyce.
Senator Boyce, I have made no reference to compliance or increased compliance. I believe that was my brother, Senator Nurse, who was referencing the compliance issue, Senator Nichols.
Indeed.
Just for clarity.
Mr. President,
you are correct.
If Senator Boyce does not want to be congratulated for making a sensible point, I will forgive him.
No, I certainly do not take credit. I do not take credit where it is not due, Mr. President.
But be correct, Senator Boyce.
Senator Nurse will forgive me if I...
You reallocate the praise.
Senator Nurse will forgive me if I took his contribution, which I also enjoyed, and he would tell you that I always enjoy his contributions. We don't always agree, but I enjoyed his perspective today and his clarion warnings on some days, and he will forgive me if I mistakenly attributed some of those to Senator Boyce, because apart from that, I can't remember anything that he said. But if we, it is, and sir, it is very, very serious because a senator said to me, one of my colleagues in the corridors as we were coming up for lunch today, the truth is that why the government didn't carry the age to 70 one time and done. That is not the wisdom of the actuarial report or the experts in the field, that we need to be that drastic at this point in time. And indeed, I bring to mind a question raised in our private session last week by the Deputy President as to how have we begun to factor in the gig economy. And the fact that young people are quite footloose and quite open and mobile in terms of their employability and their perspectives on employability. There are several people who make an income sitting down from their homes who may appear to you not to be contributing anything to the development of the economy, but they are making a fairly decent living by providing services for businesses overseas. And this really requires a cultural shift in Barbados and in countries like ours which have the same demographic profile. Because if we are not able to keep pace with the changes in the employment, then we will not be able to solve this massive demographic problem that confronts us. And if you are like me, Mr. President, that did over 30 years ago geography as an A-level subject, when we did human and social geography, urbanization and population were part of the core topics there. A lot of these changes have been portended from the studies that were available then. Countries, as they develop their demographic profile, all curves in the same direction. And I think one of my colleagues said it today. The more women who enter the workforce at a higher professional level, and the more men who enter the workforce at the technical and vocational level, you have a disconnection there and the population drops. This is not modeling that is done specifically in respect of Barbados. This is modeling that has been verified by study after study after study that we did 30 years ago when we were studying human and social geography. We need to address these things because as you graduate into the lower levels of a middle income country, you have the profile of a middle income country and the challenges of a middle income country. So our cultural attitudes have to be adjusted, and I agree that this debate should be the start of a sensitization of people's awareness of this problem, and let us get out, as Senator Boy said, out of the partisan rancor, because at the end of the day, in spite of the one time that we use the NIS funds to finance government recurrent expenditure, that is not the cause of the problem. And that is why we as a government have not necessarily entered the debate at that level, but at the level of trying to fix this problem once and for all. When I say once and for all, to fix it at a time when we can maintain the sustainability and affordability of the benefits that people derive from the system. Mr. President, another comment that struck me today was the suggestion that the NIS should never be used for development purposes in a country. And I struggled with it intuitively because the senator who spoke has never disappointed in terms of the pearls of wisdom in which he has contributed to this chamber since he came. And I must say to him, and I will confess that I have not had the opportunity to say to him privately, that I cannot agree that we can adopt an approach that says that we can now invest in securities outside of Barbados, which we accept will increase our risk. But at the same time, we will have a no investment approach in the development of our own country. And when we look at the size of the NIS as a proportion to the GDP, I cannot contemplate how a developing country with budgetary challenges like Barbados could make a policy statement into law that we cannot invest any portion of the national insurance funds earmarked for investment into the development of the country. That, to my mind, is an extreme position. I understand the caution for which that statement has been motivated by. But at the same time, when we look at the level of investment in the future, because you know what? The future Barbadians benefit from a lot of the capital development that the NIS has been involved in over the course of time. And yes, it has made a contribution to the investment income and the dividends reaped from those investments. So that to say that we should take the investment income and capitalize a sovereign credit fund, I understand as a goal, but the goal has to be realistic. We only had 9 quarters of economic growth coming out of recession and COVID and so forth. And that to say that we as a government and as a people need to legislate against it, to my mind, is intuitively, I had a challenge with it. I understand setting limits. I understand setting legislative limits. But you know, a government with a majority, even a slim one, a 16-14 one, can pass amendments to laws and do as they like. The only thing in a democracy that keeps the interests of the people secure is the ability of the people to make a change. No law can legislate good behavior on the part of a government. No law can legislate perfect performance, can legislate perfect application, can legislate perfect compliance. No law. The exigencies of the circumstances might, in one case, allow for a government to depart from the established statutory limits. And in other cases, it may not. The important thing is that the people of the country must always have the opportunity to comment on the performance of the government. And as far as I'm aware, in Barbados, we have never had a challenge in that, and long may it be so. So that I am not too pernickety, Mr. President, in respect of the ability of the minister in this legislation to give direction on matters of general policy. When the national insurance has to have a loan and it has to be guaranteed by the government of Barbados, there must be at some stage some synergy between the government's policy and the arrears. And that the national insurance cannot have a situation where it is autonomous but still independent of anything going on with respect to the economy and the management of the country. When we look at the Constitution of Barbados, the role and responsibility for the direction of national policy resides in the cabinet. They are accountable to Parliament collectively and therefore accountable to the people for their performances. And there's a tendency sometimes to suggest that we need to create these semi-autonomous bodies and get politicians out of it so that we have these institutions as well. But who are these institutions accountable to? Not anybody that elects them. So that I think that we need to be appreciative of the model of governance that we have. And while we can't legislate perfection, we can legislate standards. So I catch you by your eye that I have exceeded my time, but I want to end by saying we have done right by the people of Barbados in our management of this situation. We have done right by the people of Barbados in putting institutional structures in place and strengthening them, and we can come back and make them even stronger in the future by amendments to the bill under consideration. I therefore have no reservation in supporting this bill wholeheartedly. I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Who's it? Senator Odom. Senator Robert Odom.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to keep my comments extremely brief because in the wide context of the debate, I feel that the wrong has not only just been run over, it has been ran through. And hence, I want to center this on a piece that I felt I could not let us leave this chamber without having had that discussion on the table. And Senator Boyce himself was a great inspiration to that, as he reminded me of a duty of mine to my demographic. But first, I want to say that, like every other person in this room, I spent a long time going over the plans and the legislation itself. And sometimes I found it highly technical and so confusing that I put it aside, as I often do, and went out to have conversations. And I happened to find myself in Warring's, a little tucked away position, having a conversation with a group of people. And so we were having conversations about the NIS, how Barbadians viewed the NIS, the need for the NIS, and the full context. And he shared a pearl of wisdom for me that I found it difficult to believe, but I thought I'd share it here. He pointed out that Barbadian women have always had an insurance policy long before the NIS. It was called children. Many, as he pointed out, had 6 to 12 children, all with the preference, not necessarily because you did not have better methods of contraception, not necessarily because you were bored, but because at least one out of the 6 to 12 was going to take pity on you and look after you in your old age. And so as he made that point, I found myself blinking and saying, oh, thank you so much for the increased knowledge and information. I'm not quite sure how accurate it was, but I thanked him for it. But most of the persons in which I would have had conversations with weren't in his demographic, weren't in the demographic who were going to hit upon NIS in any space of time that they could reasonably foresee. And so when I speak about demographics, I personally have a wide range for demographics. I'm talking about those at the beginning of the system, 20-somethings or so, just now entering, and those at the now reaching 40 mark. I want to state clearly, I'm nowhere near 40, but and those now reaching the 40 mark. And so in all the conversations that I would have had, those at the beginning of the argument and those at the end of the argument made a point that I really don't think we have discussed in any great context, because I've heard from several members that the overarching common course is that we should save the NIS. I want to say, at least among the individuals I spoke to within that demographic, weren't so sure that that was the best thing in the world for them. Those at the beginning of the mark, well, the 20-something or so, spoke about a pleasure and a horror that I fully understand, and I think most people might understand. That of getting your first paycheck, being so excited, feeling like a big man or woman in the community, so to speak, and then to open the pay slip that came with it and to see the deductions as they went left or right. And so in a lot of the conversations that we would have had with that demographic, it was, but do you understand what those contributions mean? And they're like, oh, you're talking about the old people. Well, the old people should have taken care of themselves. Some of them said that. We understand the exuberance of very early youth. But as you have the conversations, and it was a point about the fact that we need to have those conversations with the people that are coming into the system. Because the truth is, most of us have always known the NIS to exist. When I did the calculations, the NIS was established 20 years before I even landed on this earth. I have always known the INS to be there. So when we have a conversation, somewhere in my mind, I am perhaps disconnected from the idea that it may not exist. And that is where some of them are. Because to them, that far off, I can work that out when I get there. But when you have conversations with them, sometimes you have to bring it down to a realistic level. And so a lot of times when I said to them, no problem, what kinds of elderly folks do you have in your life? And then when you have to explain that what you put into the system, make sure that they have an opportunity to live a decent life, the viewpoint shifts. Some not by much, but some by a significant amount. They understand that this, as I call it, is a pay-backward system, not a pay-forward system. Because when we are young and in full of vim and vigor, the country rests on our shoulders the truth that the taxes that you put into the system pay for the very young to have an opportunity at a better life, and for the very old to have an opportunity at a decent and dignified existence. And so I feel as though, yes, we are having these conversations, but we also need to have demographic-specific conversations to translate that message in its full vigor. Because if we carry on with the idea that we all have the position that it must be saved, it will not go as we intend it to be. And so I also then had the conversations with the 30 to 40 range. A little bit more mature. They have the understanding of what the NIS was about. But for them, the conversation was, I have a retirement fund, I have a healthcare fund, I have an education fund for the children, I have this fund and that fund and the next fund. And in addition to all the requirements, those monies come out. So truthfully, I'm not too sure that this really making sense for me. That one also had a pull in terms of thought process, because they already understand the purpose of the NIS, but do they understand that it isn't just for those then and those coming, but it's also for you now. Because I had to explain to them with the very pertinent example of CLICO, that all your plans, all of your well-paid, well-funded, well-grasped plans can come to naught. And that the system is established so even if the worst comes to worst, there is something for you. There is a fallback plan that is established so that you don't have to go off a cliff. And as you would have had conversations, I'm sure everyone in here knows someone affected by the CLICO saga. Some of them were at the point where what was in the NAS was all they had at their disposal, despite putting down pearls and wheat and barley in their youth, outside of the government structure. So I want to say that there is a conversation among the younger demographic about whether or not this really makes sense. And the truth is, as we have educated a populace, they have and will come to the general conclusion that it is important. Because I think while we have a hustle mentality, we have a main job and a second job, we are well versed in the gig economy, we are income stream multiples. We have also been taught in this country to take care of our population. And we've been taught by example. But if we do not reinforce the example when the uncomfortable conversations come about, we will forget it. We will make an immediate decision on what is in my pocket and what I need to survive without understanding. And the most clear example was a great friend of mine who I had to have a fuller conversation in private with. And his position was, as I said, he had all the insurances. The little child was going to school. His parents had a house and so forth. He wasn't too concerned with this. Personally, he felt that he could use that extra money that he pays to the NAS every month. But again, you had to break it down for him. Yes, your parents have a house. They're near retirement. Do they have retirement funds? No. His parents would have been of the physical profession. And henceforth, when I said to him, so who is going to pay for their food every day? Are you? Are you going to go to the supermarket and pay out every month for their household and your household? Well, that wasn't the plan. I said, exactly. So who do you think pays that? And then we talked about the other aspects of the fact that, yes, you have all these insurances, but your children go to public school. Taxes pay for that. When your wife has a child, she goes to the hospital. Taxes pay for that. When the children are sick, they go to polyclinics when change isn't always there to go privately. And so, again, I say we have to continue to have demographic-specific conversations, because if we continue to swallow the idea that every single person, even though they've benefited from the system, even though they have clear examples, is going to co-sign, then we are going to be mistaken, because I'm fairly certain that as the demographics continue to be what they are, the life expectancy continues to expand and expand. I personally plan to live to 100, just saying. And so we have to understand that there is a possibility that we may come back. And we cannot allow that drift in understanding about what this is, because the NAS is for us all. It takes care of our poor. It takes care of you in case you have to go there. But the truth is, it is for us all. And it underpins a Barbados that we cannot afford to let go. And sir, with those very brief words, I am obliged.
Thank you, Senator Roberts Order. Senator Dr. Haynes.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I want to say I have a morning speech, but it's almost 6 o'clock. I think I have 19 pages here, but here goes. Article 15 of the Barbados Constitution establishes Parliament so that we can make decisions, make changes, and act. And on the heels of what Senator Nichols said, with situations like what we're facing, we have to fix it. We don't have the luxury of making politically expedient choices in a situation like this that pertains to one of the fundamental pillars on which modern Barbados was established. I see those three pillars as free healthcare, free education, and the social security system that we enjoy. So these amendments that we're making are among the most critical amendments that we have made so far for this parliamentary session. Every ounce of public interest in this debate have been rightly placed, and I want to thank the Leader of Government Business for making sure that we have been able to get the level of preparation that we've been able to through the engagements that we've had. And I want to highlight that successive governments, even predating the time of independence, have made efforts to this effect. Barbados was actually the first country among the British colonies to grant universal pensions to its citizens. In 1937, even predating the riots and predating the Des Moines Commission that spoke to the poor living conditions and the hardship of the working class in this country, you had young, aspiring, local politicians, including the Right Excellency Grantley Adams, who would have advocated on the behalf of average citizens to ensure that every single Barbadian over the age of 70 years old could be entitled to a non-contributory pension to ensure them financial stability and security in their old age. 3 decades later, in the post-independence era, just 1 year after obtaining independence, the Barbados Parliament enacted the National Insurance and Social Security Act, which formalized a more comprehensive offering of social protections, including contributory and non-contributory pensions, employment injury benefits, sickness benefits, survivors benefits, funeral grants, maternity benefits, and so on. This law was enacted when pensionable age was first 60 years old, and at that time, life expectancy, as we would have heard, would have been around 68. So imagine the modeling around which this legislation would have been first established would have only anticipated a payout of approximately 8 years. And at that time as well, demographically, Barbados had a much younger, more vibrant working population. The median age at that time was actually about age 20, in contrast to age 39 right now. So we have to admit that the current context is far removed from what pertained over 55 years ago when the Act first came into place. So the onus is on us to respond and to make the critical changes that are required in this ever-changing and rapidly evolving social and demographic circumstances. The last set of amendments to pensions were made under our former Prime Minister, Owen Arthur. We would have heard amendments were made in 2005. And once again, he took the incremental approach where pensions went from age 65 right up to what currently pertains, which is age 67, which came into place at the beginning of 2018. The underlying justification of making these adjustments has been that there's an understanding that we need to ensure that the health, the sustainability, and the perpetuity of the fund can be allowed to continue to benefit generations of Barbadians to come. Based on the best information that is available to us, it's become necessary to revisit the terms that currently apply to the operation of the fund. The 17th actuarial review of the fund, which was tabled in Parliament in August of last year, which is a public document, the fund has shown us that the fund at this point is not in crisis. But if we continue on the current trajectory, the earliest possible date for the fund to become depleted could be as early as 2034. The same actuarial report has made an indication that there's been an imbalance between the inputs, the revenues that are generated from contributors, and this is due to the fact that we have a shrinking base, primarily driven by changes in the demographics of the country. The demographics that we're seeing is that we have a declining birth rate. Currently, the birth rate is 1.6. What we know is that unless we have a birth rate of at least 2, the population is going to be shrinking. In 1967, when this legislation first came into place, we had a birth rate of about 3.6. And to be honest, I'm not sure how accurate that is, because most of us can speak to the fact that our grandmothers would have had 8 to 12, and in some cases more children. But women like myself, young professional women, we don't have similar family planning goals. And the truth is, there, as Senator Drake would have pointed out, there was an aggressive campaign between the 80s and 90s to encourage birth control and all of these things, which has given us more freedom and has lifted a lot of us out of poverty, because the truth is, when you have large family sizes, there's more mouths to feed, money has to go more ways. But at the same time, we're also feeling on the back end the impact of a shrinking population. And when you combine this with the fact that we have invested as well significantly in our healthcare infrastructure and health services, and we're now seeing people live not just to age 68, but to age 78, it's a testament to, yes, the strength and the quality of our public health system, but it's also created a situation where we have more people entering retirement. So you have more people claiming on the fund for longer than was anticipated, but then you have fewer people contributing to the fund. So as Senator Nichols would have alluded to, a number of options would have had to be weighed, because you only have a handful of options. Do you cut benefits? That would be unjust, certainly in a country that prides itself on having this strong social safety net. Do you increase the contribution rates? In the current setting of the cost of living crisis and all of the other things coming right out of COVID and coming out of the unemployment crisis that was associated with COVID, that also wouldn't be seen as being fair. So in this situation, I think that we've taken the lesser of the evils, where we have chosen in a very incremental and a very gradual way to increase the pensionable age by 1 year. It's not going to take immediate effect. We've actually made a decision to ring fence people who will be approaching pensionable age soon. So anyone who becomes age 60 by the beginning of 2024 will not be impacted. And rather than just thrusting it on the people, in 2028, you're going to see the pensionable age increase by half a year, and then in 2024, the second half of year comes into place. There are a number of other changes related to whether you can, how you're impacted if you decide to take early retirement. There are other changes related to the number of weeks that you have to contribute. So it's going up from 500 weeks, which would have been approximately 10 years of contributions, to a minimum of 15 years worth of contributions, which is 750 weeks. But all of these things are being done in a way that it's not being thrown on anyone in particular. It's being done in a very incremental and very gradual way to minimize the shock, but still to ensure that in the long run, that the models will show that we are able to maintain the value of the fund. I wanted to just briefly divert my speech, because a number of people have already spoken to the demographic situation and the fact that globally or regionally, everybody is basically in the same boat. We saw the fiery protests in France. We would have heard earlier from Senator Monroe Knight about the situation in Trinidad, where they've had to, on 8 different occasions, revise their pensionable age. Just 2 weeks ago, the same week that we passed our, through the other place, when they approved these amendments, at that point, Grenada would have increased their pensionable age from age 60 to age 65, but they're doing it incrementally every year for 5 years, increasing their pensionable age by 1 year. But I wanted to speak briefly to concerns related to the youth, because in the space that I tend to do some of my engagement on, young people have valid concerns about whether the fund is going to be there for them. If you're a young working person and you're hearing concerns, oh, the fund, there's a chance that the fund is going to be depleted within the next 11 years, we're trying our best to course correct, automatically questions will come into your mind as to, well, if there's a chance of this thing going belly up, what is the sense of me continuing to contribute? And what I would like to say is that this fund has served not just our generation, but our parents, our grandparents, and in some cases, our great-grandparents. For most of us who would have come from the working class backgrounds that we would have, it was a lifeline for old working class people. And the fund will have to continue to be there for us in time to come. So it's really our responsibility to pay in and to contribute to ensure that it can continue to survive. I know more young people are tending to opt for informal work. Right now, about 30% of all employed people in Barbados are self-employed. And in spite of that figure, only 15% of all self-employed people actually contribute to the fund, which is very, very meager. One thing that we would have learned coming out of COVID was that you have to be prepared for a rainy day. And the reality is a lot of self-employed people might not be considering that a day might come where, God forbid, there's an injury related to if you're working as a carpenter or something, an injury might occur where you're not able to work. Situations like that are things that you don't anticipate, but that's what insurance is for. The fund is always there for you in situations where if you get pregnant, you need maternity benefits or anything, it's going to be there to prop you up. And unless you're paying in, you're not going to be able to get those benefits. What we've been able to do specifically for the self-employed is that I know there were lots of, Senator Boyce would have made reference to some of the bureaucratic hurdles as self-employed people trying to make their contributions. But there have been efforts to specifically address some of those issues. So what I was aware of was that as a self-employed person, you had to file a schedule on a monthly basis in order to file your benefits. They're doing away with the scheduling altogether, so no paperwork. Also, what I'm aware of is that if you hadn't filed by the 15th of the following month, you would actually incur a penalty. They're eliminating both the deadline and the penalty. They're also introducing electronic payments via EasyPay to make it easier for you. And with the consideration that lots of young people are attracted to the orange economy, they're involved in seasonal work. So let's say you're a performing artist, you're a part of a band, you might be working on a cruise ship or something like that. You can pay as you go. So if you can't pay on a monthly basis, you had a good crop over, you did a lot of shows, a lot of performances, you can pay in then, and when things pick back up during the winter season, you can circle back then and top up your contributions and go that way. One of the other new measures that they've decided to roll out for the self-employed is that if you, let's say, have a small mainstream job, you're working as a secretary, you're working as a waitress or a bartender, you might be doing nails on the side, you might be doing hair braiding on the side or something else, you can actually register as a self-employed person, although you have your main job, and use those contributions to top up. So this is some of what we would have learned coming out of the briefing sessions that were organized by the Leader of Government Business that I thought were very optimistic, considering that we want to try to improve compliance and get more people paying in. Yes, we have the demographic issues, but if we can improve compliance from what I think the actual report suggested, the compliance rate right now is around 87%, and they're targeting a compliance rate of about 93%. And that should be able to extend the life of the fund, I believe, by 3 to 5 years. It's one or the other, I can't remember exactly. But just that small percentage increase in compliance can actually add years of life to the longevity of the fund. I don't want to repeat much else that anybody has had to say. And Mr. President, I thank you for recognizing me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This has been an interesting debate, and I think I'm probably going to be the last speaker in the chamber other than the Leader of Government Business. Much has been said, but there are a few points that I would wish to make. Last week, Wednesday when we had the briefing from the officials on the proposals, the recommendations, and we had our own internal conversation and analysis. I took the opportunity to take the photographs of those in the chamber and to send them their photographs. Without exception, everybody complained that their photograph was horrible. And I recognized, Mr. President, that what we were feeling and seeing was reflected on the faces of those in the room. The tension of the moment, the weight of a country debating its future, the question as to how does one do what is the right thing to your fellow Barbadian. How do you weigh the decisions to be made in the balance and come to a conclusion that affects fairness, equity, justice, and creates sustainability in a fund which my mother, who died at 97 a year ago, benefited from. And I give her age for a particular reason. It is that she would have been expected to retire at 65 or 67, but lived for 30 plus years and the fund had to support her. And now, as her child, at 61, I approach retirement, and the fund is going to have to support me. But I look at my great nieces who are 4 years old and 3 months old and ask about the viability of the fund for them. And so, like others in the chamber and others in the country, this debate is not esoteric. It is not academic. It is not just another thing that the politicians are about to do. It is something that fundamentally affects the quality of life of every Barbadian, of every social and economic class, and the future of those coming behind us. What I saw in the chamber, what was reflected in those photographs, was a chamber struggling to do what is right for the citizens of this country. I do not know how people will vote today, but I am satisfied, Mr. President, that we have thoroughly investigated, interrogated this issue and asked ourselves what is right in the context of what is before us. And we've heard much today about the precipitating factors for why we are here. And I want to deal with some of the things that are in the public domain. We are not here because the politicians have been using it as a personal piggy bank and breaking it open every time they feel like it and taking out money and spending however they feel like. Or because the board has no control over the political directorate and the political directorate has been abusing. There are a number of socio-economic factors that have been discussed, socio-economic, including demographic factors, that have been discussed all day. So I am not going to repeat them. The one that I have not heard people speak to is the impact of NCDs on the fund. That when you have a population that is aging, and that quarter of that aging population, or quarter of your general population, has one or more NCDs, which is the greatest cause of death and disability, they are claiming heavily on the fund. And that too is a precipitating factor. So when you talk about demographics, you have to understand the health implications of our health status. You have to understand our health status on the demographics and the cost and depletion of the fund. Having said that, I want to make the point that to me seems to be lost in all that I'm hearing in the public space. And it is this, one of the points, because I'm going to speak to several. And it is this, that the NIS benefit, the pension fund and the NIS benefits generally are one of a number of social benefits which this country offers to its people. We offer housing at subsidized rates. We offer now a property benefit for first-time homeowners. We offer free health care from primary health care to tertiary health care. We offer free education from nursery to tertiary. And people can do more than one tertiary degree at the cost of the taxpayers. We are offering geriatric services, geriatric hospitals at excellent rates. We have the NIS benefit, and I want to come to that in a moment, which is the best in the Caribbean. We offer a reverse tax credit to those in lower socioeconomic income groups. And we offer land tax benefits up to $350,000, the first $350,000 of the value of your property, which means that some people don't pay land taxes at all. So that when people speak in the public domain about the NIS collapsing and the whole of Barbados is going to implode as a result, they are not seeing the NIS in the context of the landscape and platform of social and economic benefits which this country, as a small island developing state with a limited population and a small working population, is offering to its citizens. And that is the first point that I want people to recognize, that none of these benefits is being changed. What then? And it is proposed now, so let me ask then the question, what then are we doing? What are we changing? The principal change, and I will pause to make the point that in the course of the last couple weeks, the way that the debate has evolved, one would believe that from next month, a person who was working for the last 33 and a third years is now going to be completely disadvantaged by these radical changes that the government is making. The government is not making radical changes. It is preserving the pension of people and preserving the fund for the population. It is preserving what we have come to think of as a right. And the changes are not being made hurriedly. The changes do not come to being for several years hence. I do not recall now when they start, but the depletion will occur between 2034 and 2041. The changes are going to be made in order to stave that off, not next week. So if you had an anticipation that you were going to retire next year with a particular suite of benefits or at a particular rate, that does not change. It remains the same. So the expectation that you had would be the same. Honourable Senator Haynes made the point, I had wished that she had elaborated, that when the fund was set up, people were having 3.6 children. Therefore, you would have expected a pool of people to go into the fund and contribute. Retirement age was 60, and the life expectancy was 67. So that the average person would have been carried for 7 years. But there are many people like my mother who we had to carry for 30 plus. And the truth is, if I have her genes, I'm going to be back here for a long time, so you're going to have to carry me. The fund has to carry me as well for a very long time. And all of us in our experience know people in our families, in our communities, who are not living 5 years past retirement, but 25 years past retirement. In fact, so much so last week I was having a conversation with somebody, and I mentioned a particular name. The person is quite old. And somebody who was in the crowd said, well, he dead already. We thought he dead at least 20 years ago. And you know, we say that about people all the time, because you hear a name and you say, wait, so-and-so still living? Because they're living so long that you don't realize it. But yet, the narrative which the public was being asked to buy into is, look, you don't work, you're going to dead, and you're in, you get the national insurance. Virtually, that's what we were hearing last week. That you would have to pay right up until you're 70. 70 is what the Bible speaks about as our life expectancy. But the Bajan life expectancy, because of whatever social conditions or good health care or just good genes, we don't die at 70. In fact, when people die at 70, we now remark, he was a young fellow at 70. So let's understand that this change is going to cause people to work until they're dead and they can't get the national insurance. That is a false narrative. That the national insurance will be there for the years that the people need. And that is why the changes are being made. Again, as Senator Drake said, we either could have changed the suite of benefits or made it more difficult. We have chose the most palatable option, and that is to change the time frames from 67 to 68, and we are changing the number of contributions, and I'm going to speak to that in a minute. I said earlier I was 61. So that the average person, you're being asked to work to get your full pension benefit for 40 years instead of 33 and a third. Let's be realistic. If you come in, the average person comes into the labor force, let's say at 25, you will get your full pension benefit at 65 before you reach retirement age. And there are people who come into the labor force at 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. People are leaving university with degrees at 20 years old and going into the labor force. So they will get their full pension benefit, or their full pension benefit will bite or take hold when they are 60 years old. I mean, I think I am a typical Barbadian. For my age, I look relatively well. I'm in fairly good health, except for the arthritis in the right knee, that when the weather gets like it is now, it causes me to hobble a little bit. I can go to a crop over party, I can preach on alternate Sundays. You know, I think that this is what the average Bajan is like. The bishop does not know. We do not need to tell him how many parties there were. I confess, okay. So, okay, I take it all back. I mean, I have, you know, I preached every Sunday in July. So, no, seriously though, the point that I'm making is that before, and I'm saying this in all seriousness, when we were young girls, when I was a young woman, and you heard a woman reach 60 or 61, the age that she would start wearing petticoats and hats. She would start going to church religiously every Sunday, and she would tell you, I am called away from the things of the world. I am worshiping the Lord. And you would know what that meant. You would know what that meant. Sir, at my age, now, women of my age, they don't get the call so early, sir. That is all I will say. Yes, but we know, but sir, this is part of the sociological history of the country. I'm talking facts, aren't I? Sir, this is the reality. I mean, I'm delivering with a degree of levity, but I am talking sociological accuracies here. So that what you have then is a person, and face it, if 67 was the average life expectancy, then a woman at 61 would really be very old. But with improved health care, you don't see people losing their teeth like they did before and things like that. So that with improved health care, a person at 60 is still relatively young, relatively vibrant, working, going out there, having an active social life, grandparenting in a vigorous way, and so on. And that is part of the social reality which we are trying to capture in the fund to allow people to have the best quality of life for the longest possible time, given their state of health. A life of dignity is what it has, the phrase that has been repeatedly used during the course of the day. So we move then from 33 years to 40. There is a plan to introduce a cost of living allowance. Let us understand that this will be a significant benefit, because all we have heard about in relation to the changes is negatives. But a cost of living allowance now added on to your national insurance benefit will make a significant difference to a lot of people. And the plan is therefore, as the cost of living rises, once it gets to 3% or over, and we've seen that happen. We've seen it happen in the context of rising gas prices. We've seen it happen in the context of supply chain challenges. We've seen it happen during COVID. We saw it during the super spikes in energy. And we know how these changes affect inflation and affect the purchasing power of the individual. So therefore, that cost of living allowance added in then to the benefits really will make a significant positive difference. We are told too that paternity benefits are coming. That too will make a difference to families, to men who want to help parent their children, to women who need the support of their man when they have young babies. A lot of women have postpartum depression and challenges nursing, and challenges waiting for their milk to come in, and challenges waiting looking after other little children in the household. And to have your partner there and to know that he is supported while he's there, this too is another positive change that is being planned. Now, having put some of these changes that are proposed in context, having put the positives, I want to turn to what is the landscape in which Barbados is operating, because Barbadians often behave as if we operate as an outpost with nobody and nothing else around us, and that the global circumstances do not impact us. Honourable members have made the point, I think that it was Honourable Senator Dr. Knight, Monroe Knight, who made the point that the Netherlands is looking at having 70, their retirement age at 70, and you have to work, I think, 43 years to get your benefits. Now, one of the proposals that has attracted a lot of negative comment is the fact that we are moving from 500 contributions to 500 weeks to 750 weeks of contributions in order to realize pension benefits. And I want to make the point that in 10 out of 15 countries in CARICOM, the retirement pensionable age is 65. So 67 or 68 is not far off the average mark of 65. Let me go then to a few of the countries so that senators can get, and the wider public, a full appreciation for how this is playing out in the numbers. In Trinidad and Tobago, oil-rich country, life expectancy is 74. The retirement age is 60. You have to pay 750 weeks of contributions to get $450 a month. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 72 years is the life expectancy. The contribution weeks, 750. The retirement, 60. The median age of the population is 33. In Trinidad, it is 36. And for that, you get $114 a month. In St. Lucia, 73 is the life expectancy. The contribution weeks, 750. The median age, 33 years. Retirement, 60. Your payout, $112 a month. Guyana, 68 is your life expectancy. Your contribution weeks, 750. The median age of the population, 25. Your retirement age, 60. Your contributions, you receive $168 a month. Oil-rich Guyana. In one country where life expectancy is 75 years and the median age of the population is 34, the monthly pension benefit is $75. I'm not going to say which country. In the Bahamas, 72 years is your life expectancy. You pay 500 weeks of contributions. The median age of the population is 33. The retirement age is 65, and you get $346. In Barbados, small population, 77 plus years is your life expectancy, the longest life expectancy in the Caribbean. We are moving from 500 to 750 weeks contribution. The median age of your population is 39, the oldest in the Caribbean. You have the smallest number of people paying into your pension fund and the smallest number of young people. And for that, we get $526 a month, the highest in the Caribbean. So when people come and complain that the government, which is preserving these benefits, is unfairing them and coming in here clandestinely right after crop over to unfair people, it is just a false narrative. Now let me be perfectly frank. I firmly believe that had the government shared the recommendations with the public at an early time and allowed the debate to happen before crop over, people would not have felt so suspicious and wondering what is up. We would not be fighting from behind. We would have been able to control the narrative instead of it being run by a person who cannot properly fight up with Natalie and another individual who tell people not to go to work, but left Snow on guard duty and went to meetings all day on the very day that individual was telling people not to go to work. Okay, so they were asking, they were telling people don't go to work, but expected people to go to work and meet with them. Now, these people, in my view, cannot have any credibility in the public domain when it comes to issues of trust on things of fundamental importance to the well-being of Barbadians. Not people who making that kind of sport. And I say that in the tone of chalk dust, who said these mock politicians, they're laughing at we. Because when you could tell people don't go to work, but you go to work and expect people to come and meet you, you even put your dog to work that day to stand duty. I mean, come on. And then says that the Senate sick out. When we are sitting in here working on this matter, it is ridiculous. This issue ultimately is going to come down when the information is put out there as to whether the public is prepared to trust this government that has increased pensions, this government that has supported with gas when gas was going up, the government that has ensured that people had, excuse me, whether it was various types of benefits, support during COVID, all of the social welfare programs that have been put in place that have not been reversed, that every time that there has been difficulty, the government has proven that it can be trusted. It has raised pensions, raised civil servant salaries, even in the most difficult circumstances. And now the government is saying, look, we have to make some adjustments in order to ensure that everybody still gets an NIS pension. And I'm therefore asking the public, in the context of what we have seen and what we know and the information that now has to be made available to the public, the kind of data that was shared today by all honorable members who spoke, the information that allows people to understand that this is not any immediate and disadvantageous change. Information which allows people to understand that their benefits are not being reduced. Information which allows people to understand that we still have the best social welfare and national insurance in the entire Caribbean, bar none. So that the change to 750 weeks essentially brings Barbados online with what several other countries are already doing and giving people far less. The change to 68 years is marginally over the average retirement pensionable age of 65, which allows us to be taken care of for the rest of our lives with the longest life expectancy in the Caribbean at the highest rate. So these are things that have not been put into the public space, but which are critical to our understanding of what the government is doing and has done, and how the changes will affect people. Now, with that, I turn to a matter that has dominated, the other component of the matter, I should say, that has dominated the news, and that is, how do we treat politicians? How do we treat politicians? One honorable senator dropped it in at the end of a speech that, up to that point, had been a fairly good speech, and had the honorable senator taken the time to put the issue on the table fairly, I would have applauded. Politicians have traditionally not been treated with the same pension rules as others. Why? Because they pay higher national insurance benefits, national insurance contributions, than do the average citizens. Many people don't know that. People seem to think that politicians get free salaries and don't pay NIS and they get cars and everything duty-free. That is false. They pay higher national insurance contributions than other categories of workers. But they are not entitled to unemployment benefits or other benefits to which other categories of workers are entitled. That's even though they're paying a higher rate. In addition, the life of a politician is transient. I know well that a prime minister can call you and tell you, sweet girl, I had enough of you, goodbye. And that, well, people know that I got fired from the cabinet, and on my father's birthday, actually, on my parents' wedding anniversary, there are two consecutive, oh my goodness. Now that I think about it, today's the 9th of August, and I think that was the date. It was either the 9th or 10th of August. It was either my father's birthday or my parents' anniversary, because my father's birthday was the 9th and their anniversary was the 10th, and it was on one of the two dates. I think it was the 10th. Okay, so I'm making the point, however, that in any normal job, you have to be given notice or pay in lieu of notice. As a politician, you just go home and wonder how you're going to pay your bills at the end of the month because you can't claim for anything. You can't claim for anything. In addition to that, when you are a minister or when you are a politician, you are working, people call you, and people don't know this. The mother died, you are the first call. The give birth, you are the first call. If they don't want you to be godmother, you certainly got to pay for the clothes and the christening party. You got to pay for wedding thing. You pay for people's dentures. You buy furniture, you pay school supplies. They have a fire. At 2 o'clock in the morning, you get called out and you have to find somewhere for the people to go. The man beat them. They call you before they call the doctor. The man can't find the woman. She is sleep home before you, like if she sleep at you. And all of these social problems you are dealing with morning, noon, and night. Your life is not your own. People turn up at your house at all hours and expect you to solve their challenges. So the politician is working 24/7. They and often give up jobs. There are people who have been top flight lawyers, top flight medical doctors, or other specialists, or self-employed persons, and have had to give up lucrative salaries to work for far less. Because the package of benefits that our politicians get is not as good as some of the people down the Eastern Caribbean. Okay? So there is a view that politicians are getting out licking by getting their pensions. Let me say this. I'm on the Parliamentary Reform Commission. My view is I am willing to hear what the public has to say. Politicians don't have to get the pension at 50. They could get it at 60. But I don't think that politicians get any unfair advantage over the rest of the public. And I hope that some of my other remarks will be carried and that this does not become the focus of the media because, you know, it is salacious, or they will perceive it as salacious, because I think that the other points I've made have value. But the role of the Parliamentary Reform Commission is now to look at some of the issues that have been raised in the public domain and to ask whether or not this is a matter that needs review and how it should be reviewed. So that there has been, contrary to what has been suggested, extensive public consultation on this matter up to the point of when the recommendations were made. There is now going to be extensive public discussion on why these particular options were chosen. I am told that there was considerable modeling of all of the options with actuaries and other professionals, and that is how they arrived at the suite of recommendations that were put into the report and were put before the cabinet. Because always the underpinning philosophy and approach was, how do we do what is just? How do we do what is equitable? And how do we make the fund sustainable? I believe, however, that in the future, when you are looking at the pension fund, that some regard has to be taken to persons for whom early retirement may be a preferred option. We already, it was mentioned today, give the BDF an early retirement. I believe it was proposed in the Barbados Labour Party manifesto, if I remember correctly, that police officers, I think it had been discussed at some stage, that police officers should also be considered for early retirement, because these are people who work in highly stressful jobs and jobs which are physically demanding. And equally, there are persons who work in physically demanding laboring jobs, whether they work in people's homes or the fields or on construction sites, who really we should look at as this particular category. Because like fast bowlers, their bodies break down very quickly and break down very seriously. I mean, cricketers are extremely well paid, but I think the chamber takes the point that I'm making. Nobody is intended to run up at how many of our miles an hour to release a ball, and it takes its toll on its body, on your body, so that we can look at a category of workers who are high risk for injury and therefore might or should be put in a position where they can take earlier retirement than the rest of the population because they are physically unable to continue working. I'm not talking about people who are malingering or looking for early payout so that they can have 3 cell phones and get their hair and nails done every week or every other week. So I think that is something that really needs to be considered. Could we then develop a category of high-risk individuals who we look at differently, or whose pension benefits are allowed to get benefits earlier? Now, having made that point, I want to make the other side of the point, which is that while we talk about working class people and making sure that the scheme can truly benefit them because they're not large earners and therefore they rely heavily on the scheme in their later years, we must make the point that there are large numbers of people, whether they are masons or steel benders or gardeners or housekeepers or coconut vendors, a whole list of people. In other self-employed categories as well, including lawyers and doctors, etc., who are not in compliance with their national insurance payments. Only 15%, we are told, of self-employed people are paying. And that is clearly a problem in relation to the fund, that they should be made to put into the fund. And we have to increase our compliance levels, and we have to police the informal sector better. The upshot of that, though, is that in Barbados, you cannot call people to account. People tell you they want transparency and that they want people called to account. But when you attempt to do it, Kadir. But this is how the street is small black man. And the BLP is unfair poor black people and so on. Because these very masons and carpenters and steel benders, when you start to haul them into the NIS office or before the courts and say to them, you got to pay, hey, you see what? They won't pick up Mr. So-and-so, but they will go and pick him up because he's a mason. That is what you're going to hear. So we have to ask whether we really want the compliance or whether we like it so. That was another calypso, if I remember correctly, because I rather suspect that we like it so. My final point, I think, sir, is that the labor market, as it existed in 1967 when the NIS fund was established, had a large number of employed persons with security of tenure. When you left school and went to work in the bank, if you were lucky enough to get a job in the bank, or when you worked in somebody's house, because people would be a maid in somebody's house, a housekeeper in somebody's house for 50 years, 40 years. When you went into the bank, you were pretty sure that that was a job for life, that you would retire from, and you would get your benefits and your pension, and then you would go home. That level of job security in the marketplace ended a long time ago. And now we are looking at people being more entrepreneurial. We are looking at the gig economy. We are looking at people doing 2 and 3 jobs. We are looking at people, even people who are professionals. You know, they are running some kind of business, doing something on the side, they're selling something, they're organizing something. So the whole labor market and the way people earn has changed. And one senator, I do not recall whom, but one senator today made the point, I think it was Senator Crystal Haynes, who today made several interesting points, made the point that a lot of people are also doing these different jobs, retiring early, or was that Senator Odell, that they don't have any particular loyalty to a job. So before, when the average person could expect to stay into a job for 10, 15, 20 years and get benefits therefrom, I believe that research will show that the average people stay in jobs these days is 3 to 5 years. They are pivoting to the next opportunity, pivoting to the next salary, that a place that offers more benefits, pivoting to a workplace that is less stressful, pivoting to a place that allows them to work from home. So there are all kinds of pivots taking place in the market that affect how people pay, what they pay, if they pay, and how then later down the road they will get benefits or not. And for young people, to tell you the truth, sir, I have to admit, I never saw myself at the age that I am now. And you think, you look at people and say, oh, Liz Thompson's an old woman. You don't realize that 2 sleeps and you can be my age. No, it doesn't, it happens that fast. It happens that fast. I saw my niece when she came out of the womb. My niece now has 2 little children, 4 years old and 3 months old. It happened in the blink of an eye. And therefore, while young people may not, in these changes in the marketplace, be thinking about NIS benefits down the road, it is our responsibility to still create a framework from which they can benefit if they are not thinking about it themselves, or if they feel, well, I got money, I can insure against all the risks, because you cannot insure against all the risks. So therefore, I very much hope, and I will close therefore on this point, sir, that I really very much hope that the NIS in reviewing and making changes is also taking cognizance of these kinds of changes that are happening in the marketplace, which will affect the shape of the labor market, the size of the labor market, the formal and informal economy, and how people can get benefits still down the road. Sir, it is my intention to vote in favor of this bill. I feel that I must do so because of all the criticisms that I am hearing from people outside of this chamber, on the radio, on the street. I am yet to hear any alternatives put forward other than what the government is suggesting. I am also satisfied, sir, that the government has done what is the mature, humane, sensible thing, following expert advice on the matter, and that the changes we are being asked to support, which will affect me, and I'm happy to support them, sir, because I know that in supporting them, I am helping others who will come behind me, that I am preserving the future of the fund, that I am supporting the future of Barbadians who are much younger than me, now coming into this labor force, that we are preserving a pension scheme which is the best in the Caribbean, and that we are protecting, as this Labour Party always does, all the people of Barbados. Mr. President, I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much. I think the disadvantage of being leader of government business on days like this is that you speak after the Deputy President, who gave an excellent presentation just now. But that is not to say, Mr. President, that the entire Senate, every member who spoke, raised important points. And I want to, as usual, as is the custom of the government, to respond to the things where questions were raised in my closing up, and to then move the Senate, with your agreement, Mr. President, into committee for further deliberation on this bill. So we had my colleague, Senator Chantal Monroe-Knight, who spoke about the generational compact, and she spoke about a number of things relating to the NIS itself, and it was a strong contribution to the debate because it spoke not of any esoteric or academic things as some may think them to be, but they spoke to the substance of what people feel are important to them. And if I were to come to Dr. Christina Hines, she spoke about that which is just. Mr. President, these are not the things which are not just responsible or logical, but they're also just. And it is important for us to have this contribution. Mr. President, Senator Drake's raised a couple of things to which I want to respond. One, we raised the issue, and there were actually a couple of persons who raised questions on the audits. And I want to speak on that because it has been a point of discussion in a number of fora so far. And I want to express my appreciation not only to the honorable members of the Senate, but also to the members of staff and the leadership of the National Insurance Scheme, who not only remained here with us for the duration of today, but have contributed not just to today's debate, but also to the preparation for today's debate with their time last week. Mr. President, as we already spoken about, we had a scheduled session with the NIS team last week, and honorable senators now are in possession of the full revitalization report, which they have received from Parliament, and you would have received via Parliament or later on this evening. I did commit to ensuring that you had the slides that were used in the presentation from Mr. Rawdon Adams last week. Those are also now in your possession, and so in response to the request for some further elaboration on the modeling that was used, you have that in your possession now in your email inboxes. We have tried every way to ensure that we have depoliticized this debate and we have given as much information as possible, because some of the misconceptions that are out there simply are unhelpful in the interest of Barbados and as we consider reform. So let me start first by speaking to the issues of the audit. I'm advised by the NIS team that so far 4 years of audits have been completed since 2011, 2012, 2013, and 2014. The audit for 2015 has already been submitted to the Auditor General at the end of last month. And I believe it was Senator Nurse who made the important point, which was also raised by the NIS, that these are things which are kept in off-site storage, and the condition of the documentation may not always be ideal, but the work has started and the NIS is working with the Auditor General. But they also made an important point, Mr. President. They said in their contribution, I believe it is also posted publicly on the NIS website in terms of the audit, so it is there for all to see. The NIS has also shared the following information. They have said that they're now considering moving away from the International Financial Reporting Standards simply because that is more suitable for companies, and that they are instead looking at the International Public Sector Accounting Standards that may give them a little bit more room in terms of what they need to do and ensure that they meet the appropriate standards. So the NIS has been communicating with the public, and they have been communicating with us on this matter. That is the question of the audit. Now, there was a question raised about Four Seasons as well in here and in the public, and I want to clarify that again for the record. The amount approved in the loan to Four Seasons was $60 million. That was approved in the last government to Four Seasons in the amount of $60 million. Of that amount, the exposure to the NIS in terms of that which was disbursed was $9.6 million. $60 million was not disbursed by the NIS. So it is important sometimes, and Barbados is one of those places where it only takes somebody saying one thing loosely and that thing becomes the prevailing truth. So I want to clarify the record. This is something that has come up repeatedly over the last few weeks when this matter was raised in the other place, and since then, and it was raised again today. $60 million approved, $9.6 million disbursed to the Four Seasons project. But here's what is also true, Mr. President. This government that has been on a cleanup exercise since 2018 repaid in full that $9.6 million to the NIS in 2018. In 2018. So let us put that on the record as well, and this is also what I am advised by the NIS. Now, we raised a question, Mr. President, about And it's a fair question. Dr. Christina Hines raised the point about what is contained in the bill. And if I'm shaking a little bit, it's because this room is freezing cold in this section of the room. We're actually shaking on this side of the room, even the president himself. But Dr. Christina Hines spoke earlier also about what is actually in the bill relative to what is in the reform proposals. The ministerial statement delivered by Minister Jordan in the other place spoke to the overall revitalization recommendations, the overall reform procedures, and they also spoke to what is intended. The bills before us speak to the governance mechanisms and the creation of the state-owned enterprise that we have spoken about, and the changes that will come for persons entering the public service in January 2024 in two separate pieces of legislation. Now, the corporate governance that will be given to the ushering of the revitalization proposals through the reform process will be led by this new state-owned enterprise, and I believe I said that also in my introductory remarks on the bill. The role of this state-owned enterprise, with all of its independence as described, is meant to shepherd the reform process. But I want to respond also to the question of ministerial discretion. Mr. President, I bank with a commercial bank. I do not know what the consultation process is internal to that commercial bank, whether they consult with their CEO on how they put my money and then give me back less than 0.1%. I have no idea. I am confident, however, that there are governance mechanisms internal to those commercial banks on how they function in an investment environment. Equally so, Mr. President, the NIS has an investment governance provision that makes determinations on how they treat to our money. And let us be clear, Mr. President, in the slides that all of you have now in your inbox, you will see, and it was raised by several government senators, certainly, and I believe even to some extent, Senator Drake, who was a member of the core group, is very much aware, perhaps more so than most of us. But the disparity between contributions and expenditure is clear, and the role to be played by investment as a means of generating additional revenue, and that investment revenue now being used to underwrite expenditure for the NIS is a critical part of the process. And so that is what we end up having to use as a government to ensure that the social compact that I spoke about, the generational contract that Senator Chantal Monroe-Knight spoke about, and the just provision of rights and benefits to people is provided for. It has to be paid for, and it is not paid for entirely by contributions. And I want to give an example of what we mean when we say a just provision for our people, when I talk about a social contract, and when we talk about generational provision. Mr. President, I got these numbers also from the NIS. We talked about the most vulnerable. We talk about those at the bottom of the income bracket. We talk about this is our money that we have paid in. But Mr. President, we are still that nation that makes sure that we are able to match contributions with people's life expectancy, not contributions with benefits. And this is what I mean. If you paid in, and this is data from the NIS, if you paid in, say, $5 a week for 500 weeks, as we currently have in the legislation, that is a total of $2,500, and you will get the minimum pension of $243 back. You would have exhausted the sum total of your contributions in 11 weeks. So your money that you have put in would last you 11 weeks, Mr. President. But we have heard the demographic data of how people are living longer. But what you are getting out of the NIS system, even if you have contributed, will take you not 11 weeks, but until you have passed on, Mr. President. Whether that is that 68, 93, like the Deputy President's mother, or whatever, you are getting from the NIS far in excess of what your contributions are. That is a social contract for Barbados, because we are not trying to have people at the end of their working life fall into poverty. So let us understand that, Mr. President. If you have contributed for 500 contributions, $5 a week, a total of $2,500, you will get that $243 and your contributions would be exhausted in 11 weeks. Less than 3 months. Less than 3 months. But this is that nation that is not matching contribution inputs to benefit output. This is that country that is saying, even if your total contribution to the fund is $2,500 and you live until 93 and that costs the fund $150,000, you will get $150,000 in benefits. How could that not be a country that cares about the most vulnerable? That is what we're doing. And then if we understand that this is one of the mechanisms that the fund uses to protect the most vulnerable, how is it that we are trying to reduce the conversation about the state of the fund to something as flippant as government mismanaging the money, using it as a piggy bank, when on a daily basis, we know that there are people who are drawing from the fund more than the fund has benefited from their contributions. But they have to be provided for. We have to have a realistic conversation. And, I know someone who used to say to me, a man convinced against his will is of the same mind still. A man convinced against his will is of the same mind still. So I know that there are some people for whom it don't matter what we say in here. We could talk to the cows come home till day to night. Them feel one way and we don't have to share any more information, or we can share as much information. We cannot change their minds. And there are those that have that disposition. But then there are those, Mr. President, and we talked about the demographic differences. We talked about those who may or may not be terribly interested in the collective interest of our people. I saw a video, Mr. President, a colleague put a video and shared it with us, I want to say a few months ago. And I thought about it almost every day, regrettably, in Barbados. The video showed a young man in a mall, and he was standing, he had his headphones on his ears, and he realized, oh shoot, the elevator came, and he ran to go into the elevator, rushed and got into the elevator. Elevator was full of people. And as soon as he rushed and went into the elevator before the door closed, Mr. President, the elevator started to beep. And it started to effectively say there were too many people in the elevator. Now, if it was me, and I'm sure if it was any of us in here, we're the last person to get on, and so we can just get back off the elevator. He stood there and stood there as everyone in this full elevator looked around, and he did not move. He did not move. He continued playing on his phone, headphones on his ear, and he stood there at the front of the elevator, completely oblivious to the fact that the elevator was beeping. Who's going to get out? Ain't me. Even though he's the last person in. And as he stood there, and the video let this time elapse, and you're literally getting drawn into this video to figure out, so what's going to happen now? And finally, an older woman from the very back of the elevator with crutches made her way forward and exited the elevator, past this young man who looked up, saw her, did not move, and the elevator closed, and she stood on the outside while the elevator moved with him in it and went downstairs, Mr. President. I think about that elevator video every day in Barbados. And why? Because we have to be careful that when we talk about this is who we are, that we're not also that people who don't care about other people, who don't care about how we affect other people with our actions, who don't, in the face of other people's discomfort or their challenges, we still stand firm in our selfishness. The National Insurance Scheme is designed to look after all the people who were in that elevator who were waiting to come down in that building. That's what the National Insurance Scheme is designed to do. The lady who's on crutches, the older woman who is standing in the back with her husband, the woman who is visually impaired, the man who is standing there with his wife and they have just gone out for the day, and for that young man who in his own selfishness didn't think about anyone else but himself. And even though he was the cause of the problem, he was not concerned about how it then was to be resolved. This government, Mr. President, is making a determination that several actuarial reports and reviews later, where we have seen a problem and the elevator carrying the NIS has been beeping and beeping and beeping and beeping, telling us that there is a problem, Mr. President. We are making the decision that once and for all, and I said this in my initial presentation, we are facing it. Senator Nichols used those terms, and I said we have faced down every other challenge that this country has had to face since 2018, including repaying the debts to the National Insurance Scheme. I believe one of my colleagues spoke about, I believe it was Senator Malalou and then Senator Brathwaite, Dr. Brathwaite, and I have to say that I also agree with Senator Nichols' response, and so I don't have to go over there. There's no way that we can move away from using the investment funds of the NIS to generate a return for this fund itself in order to pay for not even just anything else related to development, but benefits. Benefits. And I want to raise a point here. We have this notion. I am also the Minister of Business, so I love the business community, and it is my own background. So I'm supportive of business. But I want to say that the notion that governments don't manage funds well is not necessarily factual. If anybody wants to recommend that you hand this over to a private sector entity to manage, perhaps we can do that. We can hear them say that. But what I can say is that the benefits that we have been able to receive from this fund as a result of investments, and I don't know, I don't sit on the investment committee. I want to describe how the investment committee is constituted. So I would not be in a position to stand here and say we should be investing in solar projects because I don't know what they're investing in. I would not be in a position to say that they're not investing in buildings, but I do believe that I have seen in many reports that they are investing in all kinds of real estate projects. In fact, the fact that their private portfolio that is only in Barbados will suggest that they have investments in Barbados. So there must be investments in projects in Barbados, if that is the case. But the investment committee, this is one of the things that I want to raise. How is it comprised? Let us be realistic about what we're doing here, because I don't want misinformation to go there either. The minister appoints a whole 2 members of the investment committee, a whole 2, Mr. President. The investment committee is made up as follows, and it's in the same legislation that we have here before us. The chairman of the board, the deputy chairman of the board, the chief executive officer, part of the management, the chief financial officer, part of the management, the chief investment officer, part of the management, the 2 directors, of whom one represents employers, that would be the trade unions, they sit on the board, and the other represents, well, one represents employers, Barbados Employers Confederation is usually that entity, and the other represents trade unions. Then you have the central bank director with responsibility for investment. Then you have 2 other persons not being directors appointed by the minister from among persons, and it is qualified with the necessary qualifications in investment matters, finance, and accounting. The deputy chairman of the National Insurance Scheme is none other than the person who has been sharing with us over the last several weeks and certainly has been in the public space speaking extensively, Mr. Rawdon Adams. He is eminently qualified in his discipline, and one thing I can say about this Barbados Labour Party that I represent, we don't appoint people in technical posts just because of the colors they wear. This Barbados Labour Party has one of the strongest first division, intermediate, and second division teams that you will find. And as a result, we have exceptional professionals that can be deployed wherever they are to serve country first. To serve country first. Because I'm a minister. I sit in the cabinet. I share cabinet collective responsibility, but the day that I don't share that view that is fundamentally, philosophically against what I represent, I will no longer be there, and I'm sure that that is the case with most of the professionals that I know. They stand by the things that they can identify with. So we don't appoint people just because they support the Barbados Labour Party. That may be other people, but that's not this party. One thing we can be given credit for is that if you look across the landscape, the length and breadth of all of the boards in this country, they are well populated, for the most part, especially technical boards, by competent people in their discipline. Now, the committee here also says, these two persons here are investment, finance, and accounting. And the function of the committee is in 3 areas. One, it is to advise the board on investment policy, to monitor the implementation of investment decisions, and to perform any other such duties as may be delegated by the board. These are the things which are there in the investment committee as captured in section 11T of the legislation. It's sometimes easy to pick out things that may sound as though they will resonate with people who haven't read the full bill, but I wanted to make sure that I put that there as well. Now, we had Senator Boyce, who probably, if I were to say, and the award for best performance goes to, it would be Senator Boyce, and his young interns would be very proud because he definitely put on, I think he was at the loudest that I have ever heard him in this chamber in the 5 years that I have sat in this chamber. So, Senator Boyce, well done. But we then went down the line with Senator Nichols, whose presentation needs no qualification. Senator Shanika Roberts-Odell spoke about the demographic conversations that we need to have, and that is an important part of the conversation that I think is important to include in the planning for public communications. Certainly how, as Senator Boyce said, how we communicate with different publics needs to be refined so that it caters to the specific needs of the different groups. Now, Senator Crystal Haynes spoke about the life cycle of the fund, how it transitions, and I think made an excellent all-round presentation on the life cycle itself of the fund, and we brought it home with Senator Liz Thompson. There's only one thing that I want to raise here, Mr. President, and it was on a question of whether or not there should be a publication of those persons who were in arrears, those employers who were in arrears. I think, Mr. President, that one of the things that we talked about as facing it and fixing it is the fact that the government itself had extensive arrears to the NIS. And let us be clear, these arrears dated back, as I understand, from the NIS team to 2010. And the total amount of arrears that this administration had to settle was $466.6 million. $466.6 million in arrears of contributions from government of Barbados. This represented $382.6 million in actual arrears, and the difference between $382.6 million and the $466.6 is interest. The government of Barbados, this government, settled those arrears. So again, I make the point that it's easy for us to flippantly talk about bad management and government dipping in their hand, and these are also some of the fundamental things that in a contemporary sense have affected the fund. These are some of the things, Mr. President, that when combined with the demographic information that we have shared, when we've talked about the profile of our country and how it has performed economically, this is what we're talking about in terms of our labor force. When all of these combine, Mr. President, it brings us to this moment in time where the process of reform comprehensively, frontally, and strategically, before it becomes a crisis, because you don't wait until you are in crisis unless it is unexpected. And while Senator Malalu pulled different bits of my speech and other speeches and pulled them together in ways that perhaps were not connected, I want to make the point that a crisis isn't something that, unlike a pandemic, which was a crisis, the crisis itself was unexpected. We couldn't have predicted that. A hurricane creates a crisis in housing. You can't predict that necessarily, but you can plan for it. In this case, we have had actuarial report after actuarial report telling us, Houston, we got a problem. And we as a government are not prepared to have a scenario where in 3 years' time, as is required by this same legislation that we have before us, and I hope we're in a position to pass today, this legislation calls for actuarial reports to be completed every 3 years or at any other point as determined by the minister. That the next actuarial review does not come to say we are in even greater trouble. We're not yet in crisis, but unless something is done, we will have a big problem, and it will give the time frame. We're making decisions now to protect future generations. And so on that basis, Mr. President, I hope that this bill will have the support of the Honourable, the Senate, and with these few words, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that you, Your Honour, do now leave the chair and the Senate would dissolve itself into committee for further deliberation and consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. Will all honourable members in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 5 stand part.
The question is that Clause 5 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 6 stand part.
The question is that Clause 6 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 7 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 7 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 8 stand part.
The question is that Clause 8 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 9 stand part.
The question is that Clause 9 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 10 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 10 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 11 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 11 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? And those against please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 12 do now stand part.
Honourable Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question on 12, if it is possible to ask. So I just wanted to be clear that this renumbering of the schedules means at B, that the current Schedule 2 that contains the pensionable age, that becomes the first schedule, that will become the first schedule, with no changes to the second schedule. No. No. It says the Principal Act is amended by renumbering Schedule 1 as Schedule 3. Is that not correct? Schedule 2, which is Schedule 2 as exists in the Principal Act, is now going to be 1. So that is, Schedule 2 is the one that contains the pensionable ages. Is that, before voting one way or another, I just want to be clear on what the clause is.
If Senator Hines will just wait while we review, please. Thank you.
Right, I just wanted to be clear that is as is, because we had a lot of discussion about changing the, I wasn't speaking, about changing the pensionable age. So I just wanted to be clear that 2 is.
Is the Honourable Senator? Yes.
Sorry, that 2 will now be 1 as is, as is. Thank you.
The Honourable Senator is satisfied?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Glad that we could do that.
Madam Chair, the question that Senator Hines is asking, the schedule 2 in the Principal Act becomes Schedule 1, and there's no change listed in this bill. So if there were going to be changes, the changes would have to be made here, and that would affect that, and there are no changes. You're just switching around the schedules. There's no change.
So this is a change not in substance, but in location and numbering. Yes. And I think that Senator Hines, Honourable Senator Hines, has indicated that she's satisfied, but I'm glad that you've put the issue on the record. We move on.
So Schedule 1 in the Principal Act is now Schedule 2.
The question, therefore, is...
1 becomes 3 and 2 becomes 1. But there's no change.
I think the Chamber accepts that. And having done so, the question is, the question is that Clause 12 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12. Clause 13, sir.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 13 stand part.
The question is that clause 13 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 14 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 14 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. No.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, the bill that we are speaking on is this bill and not the principal act. So it's the first schedule to this bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule, the first schedule to the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule should be the second schedule to the bill. Will all those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that we do now read this bill a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act 2023. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, given the coordinated debate, I beg to move that Your Honour do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolve itself.
Move it read the second time.
I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
It's going to be correct. The question is that this bill, that is the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023, be read a second time. All of the senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honour do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair, and the Honourable Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable Senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule will be the schedule to the bill. All honourable senators in favour please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Act of 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2023. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, that brings us to the end of government business for the day. And I again want to express my sincere appreciation, that of the government side, for the continued contributions being made by all members of the Honourable the Senate on these important matters affecting our country. And with these very few words, I beg to move that the Senate be adjourned sine die.
The question is that the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This sitting stands adjourned sine die.